Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Shift2Rail Innovation Days, a two-day online event organized by Shift2Rail to bring the rail community together to discuss what matters now at a time when we all need to reconnect. My name is Indra de Witte, Chief Editor of a Belgian newspaper, and I'm glad to be your host today. I'm glad as I know the big transport events in everyone's calendars, the last one being InnoTrans, had to be postponed. So it's great we have this opportunity to share ideas and make sure the momentum is not lost despite a difficult period. So what are we going to do then? We want to discuss together with our high-level speakers from across the rail sector and with you about how to deliver a successful transformation of Europe's rail system. As we all know, a rising traffic demand, the challenge of security of energy supply and climate change are big issues that the European Union wants to tackle. Now, health safety on board is another key focus area. Rail sector is key, but it has to match the evolving expectations of society. The role rail has to play is essential to deliver the European Green Deal, and Shift2Rail, as a body of the European Union, helps to achieve that goal by implementing an ambitious rail research and innovation program. And although we know that a huge mind shift is still needed, because rail's share in the European freight transport markets and to a certain extent passenger mobility is still not satisfactory. Rail has major opportunities to offer new services and business models to capture market shares and finally position itself with its major role in integrated transportation with the other modes. And that's how we want to look at it over the next 2 days. We'll try to identify opportunities, gaps, and innovative solutions in order to make that jump forwards. And that approach, ladies and gentlemen, will bring rail to play a renewed, broader role in global transport markets. So how are we going to proceed? First of all, you can take part in the discussion by using Slido. Just go to the website and you can see the hashtag S2R_enough_days. You can see it now on the screen. So during those 2 days, we have top quality panels with high-level speakers, experts and European policymakers. We have debates on research and innovation. There are several parallel webinar sessions on concrete research and innovation results. And we will also have the pleasure to launch a brand new prize. But that's for later. For now, make yourself comfortable and enjoy the event. And to kick off, I'm more than glad to welcome my co-host of those 2 days. May I please have your attention for Carlo Borghini, Executive Director of Shift2Rail Joint Undertaking. Carlo, good morning.
Good morning, Indra.
We are going to do this together today.
Absolutely.
And tomorrow.
Yes.
I was talking about how important it is to reconnect with people. Is that why it's important, such a digital event, in fact?
It's fundamental because we have missed the opportunity to reconnect with people, and we need to be sure that rail is belonging to the people, and we have a huge community working in rail that we need to be sure is informed about what we are doing. We will see in the next 2 days the results of the project. We'll speak with high-level panelists. We'll have a view about the future of rail, and I think we need to start to look at what is beyond the crisis and to start to look at the recovery plan. We hope this event will be a starting point.
And we have a brand new prize, but that's for later.
Later.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted that the European Commissioner for Transport is with us here today to do the opening words. Commissioner Adina Valiant, you're very welcome, and the floor is yours. And we are waiting for the Commissioner.
She should be joining us soon, I believe.
She will join us in a minute for the opening words. Commissioner Valiant, ladies and gentlemen. I think there is a little problem with the connection. We are going to try it again. Yes, we will come to her, Commissioner Valiant, for this interesting. Yes, I think we're still waiting for her.
Okay, no problem. Okay. I think during these days, the most common word is you are not online, you are muted.
Yeah.
Can you unmute?
We have to get used to that,
exactly.
But it's no problem. It is live, ladies and gentlemen. That can happen, but we can continue like that. Just tell me something about the prize, the new prize that we are going to launch. Can you tell a little? Because we have to spare it for later, but a little perhaps you can tell us.
Yeah, I think the logic of the prize I would like to explain, and the content I will say later. The prize is really competition. We need something breakthrough. We have a lot of projects going on in a more classical manner. The prize is bringing some actor outside the sector to come together to think with new ideas.
Outside the sector, so it's really out of the box.
It's out of the box. Can be someone. It can be also an individual. So everyone.
It could be me.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The most important thing is that you come with a brilliant idea on how to solve a long-term problem, taking into account the regulatory framework, clearly, because there is a lot ongoing in this respect. But we need really to bring together a different type of concept that will help us to change the things. And this part of the overall work we are doing in Shift2Rail, because at the end, Shift2Rail has the objective to combine breakthrough ideas, to combine the work that is done in the more classical applied research, and finally to have an impact.
Carlo, what did COVID-19 mean to the Shift2Rail sector for you? What did it mean? Are there opportunities, or is it just a big crisis?
Well, I think there is a lot of impact for everyone. There is no doubts about it. For us, fortunately, we were able, thank you to the work of our industry member, their staff, because it happens only thank you to their staff, to contain the impact and to manage it. But at the same time, as you said, it's a major opportunity because it allows us also to think about which is the future rail transport and mobility we want to have.
And the organization of the whole thing.
Yes. And is impact on how you maintain the network, because you cannot have people on the network. Sure. So what is, for example, robotic we can use, and how we can have the people involved in these processes being able to hand over to new mechanisms and new systems. Yeah. So I think this is really the opportunity of the time.
Oh, okay, good. Is it meaning something for the organization as well, for you?
We started from one day to the other to work at home, like this. And clearly I have to commend my staff, because without them, nothing would have been possible. They've been great. Everyone has been connected. We introduced a new way of thinking. We need to reconnect completely different manner. It's not teleworking.
But is it possible? Because as I'm looking to my journalists to make a newspaper, it's difficult to do it at distance because it is a creative process. How are you dealing with it?
Well, we are trying. Well, as I said, the staff has been great because they've been trying to put themselves in how we can rethink the way of working. So it's not simply say we will have meeting online or something like this.
It's not just you stay at home and you work at your computer and that's it.
It's really to find a way to bring up ideas in a completely different context. And now we are trying to, well, we hope to resume a bit of the activity in the offices. And also there will be a new logic. The office will be the space to share.
What's the new logic? Explain a little.
Yeah, it will be the place to share, to create. We will not have any more individual offices as such.
But even you're big, because you have a big office, I know that.
Yes, because I have a lot of meetings there. This reason, and I think we need to rethink the space and go back on why we need the office, why we need to have a common space. And this is going back on the redesigning of maybe how transportation will be used and which will be the impact on transportation, on commuter line, the flexibility that will be introduced, the type of services that we need to change. So the COVID crisis clearly has a huge socio-economic impact. Is also an opportunity to look at how we need to really offer new services to the people to match their expectations.
What are the people asking then? I'm not talking about freight, but just people taking rail, looking at rail as a transportation mode. What are they asking for? In the new world, of course.
Yeah, well, first of all, they're looking at services that are meeting their expectation. Punctuality, quality of service on board, comfort, no barriers between buying ticketing. All these are key elements that change substantially the attractiveness of rail. I think I was in another conference, was asked a couple of days ago, what about Wi-Fi on board?
Yeah.
And some people don't forget about the fact that the rail doesn't go through the main network.
And but in France it's possible. You have Wi-Fi everywhere.
Exactly, but not always the network is covered, so we are expecting major changes from this point of view. And also, this will go with the technology we are developing in Shift2Rail. So we need to increase the overall performance of the system. And this increase in the performance, meaning we need to break down the barriers that we have today. Rail has been long time, still now mostly conceived as a national system, because clearly the network is fundamentally based on a national network.
National
But
level, yes.
we have more and more people cross-border. We have more and more people connecting between regions.
So we need more Europe, organizing it on a European level?
We need more building upon the national system to achieve a full interoperability without barriers. This is what we need to do. It's not to have more Europe. It's really to bring together the dots. It's really to have the networks connected in a manner that a rail train can operate everywhere in Europe.
Is it difficult to bring all those national governments together? Because that's key then.
It's difficult because it's not coming by chance, coming from the fact that the technological environment that has been put in place was answering specific needs. So there is a lot of legacy system that we need to look at. So we need to, it's not a question of willingness, it's a question of how we are capable to come and move from national system, so to satisfy a specific area, to a system that needs to satisfy the full continent.
Who should lead that? Who should be in front, the front runner of all this? Is it politics? Is it you should do that? You make the bridges, in fact, between all those different partners.
The front runner, in my opinion, should be the European Commission, clearly with the member states and the European Parliament in the decision-making process. This is absolutely clear to everyone. We are only there as a servant to bring together the sector to deliver this change. And I think it's the combination of the policy orientation, the definition of key policy objectives, European Green Deal, Digital Europe, industrial policies, a strong Europe in the world. And when we put together this policy objective and on the other side a sector capable to strongly deliver, this is really where we make the change happening.
Yeah. What are the main issues that you see? What do we need to speed up things?
The difficulty is coming from matching, and we will discuss also later on, I think, with our panelists, is matching the resources with the willingness and the ambition that we want to have.
Resources, willingness, ambition, that are the three key words. I think we will go back and ask if we can see the Commissioner. Commissioner Valiant, are you there yet? No. Perhaps we should then take a few spare minutes, ladies and gentlemen, to... We speak a lot of virtual events and Facebook. Ladies and gentlemen, I see that launched its virtual headset and the CEO says that virtual events connect people. Doesn't train also connect people, Carlo?
Well, this is really the objective. And we will show it tomorrow, but we have just put together a video, a teaser video, effectively, a short one, for the European Year of Rail. And one of the most
Next year is the European Year of the Rail. Yeah.
And one of the most beautiful images is a train on a bridge. And for me, this is really the connectivity.
A train on a bridge.
On a bridge.
Yeah.
You connect two different parts of the world. And I think the rail has this really capacity. Connect people, connect business. We have a lot to do. Okay? We have a lot of technology to bring forward. We have a lot of operation to think about. We have a lot of great people doing it.
Yeah.
And now we need to bring back to the people. So I think I totally like the idea of Facebook and with the virtual asset, but we are together. And yes. I don't think there is anything more interesting that have this type of exchanges, direct exchanges. And I think this is what is missing today, especially after so many months of social distancing. That is terrible to a certain extent, but absolutely unavoidable in the current situation, up to when we will not have a pharmaceutical solution, clearly. And I think that rail can really play a major role in this recovery plan of the future.
How do you see that? How do you look at it?
I hope that, personally, I miss traveling because I like traveling.
Me too,
for
really.
many type of reasons, because I think there are a lot of occasions in which I can see and discuss with people on ideas. As you said before, how we bring up the idea is exchanging with people directly. It's not yet at the same level digitally. And I hope that next year we will start to look at rail as a great opportunity to ensure that is happening. And this can go on.
Yeah, let's talk about business, because business is very important as well. How rail and innovation can create an environment favorable to the economy in this new period, because that will, it's the economy, stupid, and what can rail do to help there?
First of all, don't forget that the rail freight has been paramount during the most and deepest crisis in March to ensure the value chain and of the logistic services.
Yeah.
Has been incredibly efficient, and we ensure that including patients have been transported by rail from one town to the other with high-speed rail.
We forget about it because it's very important for that part as
so
well.
From this point of view, a rail freight, especially for delivery of goods, masks, pharmaceutical products, has been essential, but also food. So I think this experience shows if it was an additional need, the clear potential of rail. Now, how we are able to transform this exceptional situation in the future, to be sure that we benefit of a major infrastructure. And this is really where I think rail, via the introduction of digitalization, automation, new technologies, should be capable to match this type of expectations.
That would mean a great future for rail. I can see that the Commissioner is there. Commissioner Vanian, good morning. We are really happy that we can see you now. How are you? And we are more than glad that we can give you the floor for the welcoming words. Commissioner Vanian. Okay, this is really good. Well, that's one of the things that's really difficult by using this sort of communication, but that's also something that we have to learn to live with. Okay, Carlo, perhaps we can go on and talk about the future of rail. As you said, this is a new way to connect people, but a lot of people look at rail and they are, I'm not talking about freight, I'm talking about people just in private situations. They should use rail more. We have seen that, I think, in 10 years, the road traffic will increase with like 30%. So it's incredibly important that we can make that shift to rail. How are we going to do that? How are we going to have that mind shift within the minds of people, just ordinary people?
I think it's coming from a combination of services offered, as I mentioned also before, and really, as you said, the mindset of people. And I think many people, today, to be clear, if you look at the percentages of passenger per kilometer, we are 8% of the people are using the train in the world.
It's not enough.
It's not enough. But the question is how we can help people to understand the benefit of using the train.
How could we do that?
And this is really a combination from, as I said, from the services. We are looking at, and I think it's something really concrete, at the possibility that you go to the station and there is no timetable, but you know that your train, every 10 minutes, will leave the station and you can onboard the train. We are looking at introduction of automations that will allow to have continuous services for people coming from factories or monovagons. So we need really we have today in Europe a major infrastructure has been electrified, has been made resilient, and we will continue to work on this. Now we need to make use of this infrastructure to change the way it is used. And the performance, the overall performance is really the key elements that will help us to change it.
Yeah, but we need investments then. Because what I see is that a train is too late, it's not in time, it's not enough trains, there are not enough trains. So we need those investments. Are we aware of that?
Yes, we are aware, and I think the clear message of the European Green Deal should be absolutely the occasion to materialize such investment. We have also the Next EU Generation Fund. There will be another opportunity to do this, but investment are not the only answer. It's really the mindset.
Yeah.
It's really to
mindset of the people, in fact.
People to change.
Yes, I do agree with that. Can Shift2Rail work on ensuring personal transport that's really integrated with rail? Beside innovation, what else can be done and needs to be done?
Look, I've been contacted by a company that will show to me an interesting project of also some personal vehicle making use of the rail network. Why not?
Personal vehicle?
Yeah, some like pods, like individual, and can be dedicated. So imagine that you have a factory and you have a self-powered automated pods that are able to bring a group of workers from the factory to the downtown.
It's like a self-driving car. You have self-driving pods?
More or less, yes.
By using rail?
Yes, exactly, something like this. So can we rethink this business model? Can we relook at the transfer, the use of station, fundamentally, the flow management of station? And this going also in another element, is safety. I think everyone, as soon as you pass the control, for example, in the airport, you know that you're in a safe environment.
Yes.
Okay? How we can create this perception?
How could you do that?
It's a question of working together with different types, soft and hard elements. We don't want to create barriers, because barrier is not rail. Rail is carrying
opening up to the world,
exactly.
Connecting
and this
the
is
people.
really the strength of the rail, but it's really to introduce soft elements that would allow us to understand.
What are those soft elements?
For example, at the moment in which we'll go towards digital ticketing, you know that you will be coming to the train station, so you know who you are. Okay. Yes, there is a lot of data protection information to be dealt with.
GDPR, I'm
exactly.
not mentioning
So
it.
it has to be complied with. But at the end, it provides the understanding of the population that you have in the station to manage. And clearly, there will be some risk factor that you need to manage. So this will create a much more attention on how we use, for example, artificial intelligence, face recognition, machine learning to address these type of things. Clearly, in the respect of the data protection elements, because it's not our interest is to have safe manner passenger traveling.
It sounds great. I'm going to sell my car. I'm driving electrical, but I'm going to go shift to rail. Yeah. Okay, I can see that the commissioner is there. Good morning, Commissioner Valiant. We are very, very happy that you're there to do the opening words. The floor is yours. Yes, Commissioner, the floor is yours. Commissioner Valiant, the floor is yours to do the opening words.
The people are connecting. So we talk a lot about technology and innovation, but sometimes we end up in the basic. Yes.
But we can see her now. We can see her now. Good morning, Commissioner.
Hello, everyone. I really hope you are also.
We had some difficulties with the connection, but we are really, really glad that you are with us today for the opening words. The floor is yours. I think we have a problem there.
Yes.
We cannot hear her. Okay, well, Carlo, we have plenty of questions, so we are going to continue. The rail business models and the rail sector has a lot of history behind it. How can the sector evolve and transform its business model? What are your ideas for the future? We have heard about the pods. What else can you do?
Well, fundamentally, this will be the major and the core business of the successor program of Shift2Rail, that at the moment is in a proposal stage, is to look at introducing largely automation and digitalization, fundamentally bringing intelligence in the rail system, something that today is not yet completely there, and that would allow to make also a major shift from hardware to software in the evolution of the rail system, like it happened in many other modes of transport, from an individual vehicle to an aircraft or any other type of form of transport. So this is what is already ongoing, and what we would like to do is to be sure that via automation and digitalization, we keep the same level of safety, and we ensure the maximization of the performance, so we increase the performance. We have already experiences on some line that the number of trains are moving, for example, from 14 to 18, introducing such type of technology. And this will be clearly a better service for people, less crowded trains.
Yeah,
and
that would be welcome.
Exactly. All these type of elements are contributing together to deliver such type of transformation.
And what are the business models behind it? How can you increase incomes?
Yes. So this is really where this will be the most difficult part, to look at the business model.
Yes.
Effectively, Shift2Rail now has been a technological program. During the next 2 days, there will be a lot of technological results showing how much technological demonstration can contribute to make the change. Now, in the Shift2Rail successor, we are looking at the system approach and the concept of operation. We are looking exactly how to derive from a future business model that the operator have to tell us based on the interface with the clients, because we are doing it for the passenger.
Yeah, yeah.
For the passenger and for the shipper, for the freight.
Yeah.
So how the business model, we need to adapt to the different type of environment. And it's not the same business model for an high-speed line, or for a commuter line, or for a metro system.
So you need different business models in every...
And this business model will allow us to define a correct concept of operation that will allow us to operate in different type of environment.
Okay, good. Carlo, I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that we take a few minutes to change this set so we can continue with our panel discussion. See you in a minute.
Thank you, Indra.
Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your patience. But, Carlo, we have an exceptional panel that is worth waiting for. Ladies and gentlemen, we have here on the floor Henrik Hollolei, Director General for Mobility and Transport of the European Commission.
And we will have later on Ralf Schweisberg from the General Federal Ministry of Transport and Digital Infrastructure.
Yes, and Henri Poupard-Lafarge will join us in a minute, Chair of UNIFI and CEO of Alstom.
And we have connected with us Umberto Guida, Senior Director of Knowledge and Innovation of UITP. Welcome, Umberto.
Good morning, Mr. Guido. We are waiting for Juan Melendez, Director General of SATE.
And we have with us Libor Lokman, the Executive Director of CER. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. And how are we going to do this, Carlo? I propose that each of the panel members will take like 5 minutes, a few minutes, to highlight the most important challenges and opportunities for rail, also after the COVID-19 crisis, and what they want to achieve next year during the European Year of Rail that will coincide also with the launch of the successor of the Shift2Rail program, now called Europe's Rail Joint Undertaking. And afterwards, dear audience, you can ask your questions to the panel, so please do, and use that unique opportunity. You can use Slido for that. You go to slido.com and you use the hashtag S2R_enough-days. Okay, and we have also always questions left,
Always.
Carlo. Let's start. Perhaps we could start with...
Henrik Hollolei. Mr. Hollolei, would you like to start with your statement, maybe?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carlo, and good morning to everyone also on the other side of the screen. Needless to say how much I would have enjoyed seeing you in person in a nice big auditorium where we could have had a very lively discussion, but at the same time, I'm happy that I am here together with good colleagues, and we are able at least to come together. Now, having said that, I think, which was also somewhat spiced with frustration of what has happening around us, I think that one also understands very well what are we facing today on top of everything else. And of course, this is the COVID crisis, and obviously the situation in Europe over the last weeks has become even more challenging. And of course, it affects also very much the way people move. This crisis is very different from the one we experienced 10 years ago when we had the financial crisis, which turned over to economic crisis, which was a structural issue and affecting actually all the sectors of the economy in a general way. Nobody was really left out. While today we have a very different kind of crisis, and the fact is that there are sectors which are booming and doing extremely well. And then there are those sectors which are basically wiped out, or let's say where the economic activity has come to halt. And unfortunately, when we look, travel, tourism, transport, rail, of course, is very, very much affected. And people don't dare to cross borders. Well, they don't only dare because the patchwork that the member states have created with all the different regimes and unwillingness to find a common European approach is affecting very much. But this means, of course, that it will also affect the market. It will affect the companies. We have already seen that in particular those new entrants that we had in the past and which really brought a lot of, I would say, oxygen and competition in the sector have been struggling a lot. And this is going to continue. I think the very, very important issue is also how to maintain the viability of the sector, which in a way now has been put in the center for European economic activity. And everybody's saying, as part of the European Green Deal, we need more rail. Of course we need more rail. But at the same time, we are also seeing the challenge that is there. And these challenges which we are currently facing because of the pandemic, they are on top of the old challenges we had. And again, we cannot talk about this sector being able to fully reap the benefits that it can bring if we are not going to do more on the market opening, if only 5% of the rail traffic is cross-border in terms of passengers, then something has to change. Yeah. I would use the word deregulation a lot, because if we really want rail to play a huge role, then we need to move to that direction. I'm happy to see that we are also doing pan-European things. The European Union Agency for Railways is becoming also a much more pan-European player in terms of the authorizations, and that helps. And I think that everything that we also do when it comes to the science, when it comes to the innovation, what Shift2Rail is going to do also tomorrow, has to be geared in order to support that vision, in order to support rail becoming more competitive, more pan-European, more efficient and cheaper.
Yeah, that was very passionate. I understand that we have the old and the new challenges, but perhaps we could think out of the box in this way. We can speed up also. Perhaps the next opening statement is for you.
Thank you, thank you. And I would just, second even Henrik what he said. And I would start from his last words, the competition and the competitiveness, because this is indeed the key. I mean, we need to be, as the railway, more competitive on the market, because we definitely would wish to provide the services to the citizens of the European Union, to the society, in a way that is competitive, but it is also green and sustainable. And here I would definitely, if you have something that we need to promote even more than ever, it's the zero-emission mobility that can be provided through rail. Yeah. This is the factor that, of course, needs to be connected with the Green Deal, but especially with what I'm hoping that we are going to see also from the EU strategy for smart and sustainable mobility to be launched in December, right, Henrik? And that the railway will really be seen as the backbone of that mobility. We, of course, have a number of steps to go ahead to reach that target. I fully agree with what you said, Henrik, about the factor that we should be much more stronger, much more competitive on the cross-border services for passengers. Mm-hmm. But I would not stop in the passengers, because our, I would say, expectation is that we'll be also much stronger on the market on the rail freight.
Freight, of course.
You probably know, I mean, at least a number of you, about this initiative Rail Freight Forward, which aims at reaching 30% of the market share by 2030. And if you want to be there, we have to do a lot on the side of the member states, on the side of the regulatory framework, on the side, of course, the own initiatives of the sector, which is then linked with Carlo, because we will need a lot of the innovative, I would say, technologies that can lead us to there, that can lead us to the processes that would provide the better services, automated services, more competitive services, more efficient services, services that will be attractive for the customers.
If you want to reach 30%, you have to.
It's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's a doubling of today's volumes. So it's a lot what we have to do. By the way, we have also the doubling of the volumes on the passenger side, I think, because this is also in our perspective that we want to be. We want to be, doubling the market share on the side of the passenger services by 2030. So we have a huge expectations. We also expect that the current crisis, which is, of course, not good, but honestly, there was a positive signal. You mentioned that we have the drop of the ridership. This is all true because of this mess created by the different measures on the state here and there. But at least what we have achieved on the freight side, we have been able to serve the economy by transporting various types of goods, including the consumer goods. And we have served, the commuters and on a personal perspective, the essential workers. So also the passenger services have been saving the economy or helping the economy.
No, yes.
So that's what we have done through the crisis, and we expect that now it will be somehow shifted in the connection with this green and zero mobility, right? Replacing at least what number of the member states wish to have, short-haul flights by the rail.
Yeah, and you expect a lot from Carlo and innovation, Carlo. I can see that in the meantime, Henri Poupard-Lafarge has joined us and Juan Melendez as well. Good morning, gentlemen. Perhaps the next statement is for Juan Melendez.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Well, my statement, I think there are opportunities and challenges. Sorry, and the thing is that we have to, as Mr. Lockman has commented, we have to be more competitive, especially in two areas. Perhaps the most important one, in my opinion, is the freight transportation and logistics, where we have important challenges with regard to technology. The agile and reliable handling of goods between the different stakeholders, and also, for example, the noise reduction, and also, of course, the cost reductions. I think, in my opinion, those are the more important part with regard to freight transportation. And on the other hand, with regard to infrastructure, we should reduce the cost. And we have technology that we could bring from other sectors, digitalization, smart maintenance, virtual twins that provide information with good physical models, and also additive manufacturing. I think we could lead the transformation and reduce the cost of this sector.
Okay, thank you very much. I've seen also Umberto Guida. Perhaps we can go to Umberto Guida for his statement. Good morning, Umberto.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I have just an echo back on.
We can see
okay, anyway.
and hear you well.
Okay, thank you. So if I can, let's say, elaborate more on what I've been, I would add two main points which are more, let's say, the big challenges that we see for the urban rail in particular, what has been done. Coming also from the experience of the last period. I mean, the coronavirus has been quite touching, was mentioned by a lot of business of urban rail in terms of as going to reduce in terms of demand. But the other challenges that we have played in the capitalization, cost efficiency will remain. So this is what can be transformed in an opportunity. In terms of when we go to climate issues, when we go to zero emission, urban rail is probably clean since, I would say, decades. I remember an old Congress of 1876 organized in Berlin. The session was the comparison between horsepower at the tram and the electric power at the tram in terms of cost and maintenance. If we see this, then it means that the is quite expressed in the rail. And make urban rail like blood vessel of mobility in when we go there to the next program, what we need are, I think, to consider. One is the we have different definitions of we have different of rail. So we have to
Umberto?
and the second is integration.
We have a very bad connection, Umberto. Do you hear me? We have a bad connection, so I come back to you later, because I have a very bad connection with you. We come back, we see you in a minute. We come back to you in a minute. Okay, we go move on to Henri Poupard-Lafarge. I think he's there as well. Good morning, Henri Poupard-Lafarge. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we hear you very loud and clear.
But I've got an echo.
Okay. Yes.
Maybe.
We can hear you, so you can give your statement on the question.
Okay. So good morning, everybody, dear Mr. Holloley, Fassenberg, dear colleagues. I have to say that it's a great honor to be with you today, and it's also a great pleasure. We have started Shift2Rail 10 years ago, and it's a personal pleasure because it was during my first mandate as a chairman of the UNIFE, and I think it has been a great effort from everybody, from all stakeholders, from the European Commission, and I think we can say that there are more than 500 stakeholders who have participated to this first Shift2Rail, and we have succeeded in bringing to the market a number of key innovations. And you know that we are fully embracing, of course, the goal which has been repeated of the Commission for the zero greenhouse gas emissions for rail transport, for the mobility in general, and of course for rail transportation as well. We need to continue to work on all these topics. I think that the main subject is how to speed up this Shift2Rail, how to launch this Shift2Rail 2 at a greater scale in order to deliver all the new technologies which are required by the industry to fulfill the ambition of the Commission. And that, just to name a few of them, we can talk about the vehicle-to-infrastructure technology, the on-demand mobility solutions, fully interoperable network, the intercity connection, safe and healthy transportation systems. A number of projects which really require all of us to increase the momentum on Shift2Rail and to have this Shift2Rail 2 well, I would say, well equipped with sufficient amount of funds. As you know, we are asking for 1.5 billion euros to fund the Shift2Rail 2. Secondly, I would say not only we want to fulfill the ambition of the Commission in terms of zero emission mobility sector, but we have also a role to play for the European industry, for the export market. The European industry, as you know, is leading the world industry. We really need to make sure that this industry remain extremely competitive, to be able to export on the different markets worldwide. That's my two, I would say, my two messages for the ambition of the Commission, and second one on the global ambition of the industry to remain at the leading edge of the global industry in the world.
Okay, thank you very much, Carlo. I hear a lot about the need for more innovation, a greater engagement. We need all the stakeholders around the table. We need more community engagement. That's a lot to deal with.
Yes, this is the objective of also the successor program of Shift2Rail. Maybe we can continue with Eric as we started with you, Eric. We talked about the crisis, and we know that the impact of the crisis, but as you said, is completely different from the previous one. Which are your expectations in terms of evolution of the mobility and transport in the next, in 2021? It will be also the European Year of Rail. And what you would like to see coming out from our work at the end?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think it is a very, very good question. Before I reply, I just want to amplify one thing what Libor said earlier about the rail freight. And I also want to say that this is also, he put the finger also in the right place, because the rail freight has been something which we used as an indicator also as a success of the rail sector to play a bigger role. And I think now it is the moment also to do something about it, because I think we have also learned something from the crisis, and we have seen that when we have got able to better manage the track access as well, then freight can actually deliver more. And that leads me also to the next point, and that's why I made this intro, which is partly a response to you as well, Carlo, which is that we need to look at the transport system of tomorrow, and tomorrow I mean already, let's say, from next year onwards, but basically already from yesterday, we need to see it as a multimodal system. And rail needs also to better integrate with the other transport modes, as the other transport nodes need to better integrate with rail.
How should we do that?
That would be something which would help both passengers, but in particular rail freight. Now, how do we do it? Here I'm looking at Carlo, because for me, multimodality and digitalization and smart solutions are the two sides of the same coin. Multimodality has become very much a topic today simply because through the digital solutions, we are in a better position also to bring the different modes together. And I think that this is also something that needs to be looked through the innovation and through the support to the smart mobility. What is the mobility of the future, or what is the mobility of tomorrow? The mobility of tomorrow has to take into account, I think, 4 key principles. We all know that with the Green Deal, we have the fact that mobility and transport has to become more sustainable. We know that rail is sustainable, but even in rail, there is still a possibility to go one step further. Secondly, it is about smart mobility, digitalization. So that is also something where rail has a huge possibility, because, let's be honest, compared to some other transport modes, rail has been in the past less being able to benefit or to internalize the digital solutions. And I think here a lot is there. Thirdly, we have the issue about the functioning single market of the European Union. We don't have a single European rail area. We don't have a single European transport area. I know today somehow we are talking less about the internal market as in the past. Dear friends, this is not for granted. We have seen that. Freedom is also not for granted. We have to constantly work on this, and the same goes about the internal market. We cannot leave that behind and talk about other issues because they are perhaps more topical. This is the backbone, and this is also for the functioning of rail and other transport modes together. And the last is, of course, what the crisis has brought us. And this is the new concept, where you have the headline, but you don't necessarily have yet all, let's say, the definition of it, and that's the resilience. Our whole transport system has to become more resilient. Rail also has to become more resilient. Resilient to what? Resilient to shocks, resilient to fluctuations, to the events, but it's also about health resilience and many other things which I think we are currently working on. I think this is a combination of things that we would need to see in the next years when we also want rail to fully utilize it and play a bigger role. And last but not least, European Year of Rail. Fantastic opportunity to use it and to promote it, to look at the solutions, to show what rail can do. I think many people, most people, have no idea what the rail can do. Most people have even no idea how innovative, future-oriented, and high-tech rail is. So let's use these opportunities. Let's bring it also to the wider scale, to the people, and let's make this year a success together.
Okay, 4 very clear pillars that is for you for the next successor of Shift2Rail. Perhaps the next question?
Libor, because Shift2Rail successor is, well, in Brussels we are only a few people, but we rely on the amazing work that the operating community is doing, and you represent it here. In the first Shift2Rail, effectively, you are not so much represented, and this has been maybe an issue. Now, as Eric said, we are looking at a system approach, we are looking at a multimodal approach. How you see the involvement of the rail operating community in the successful program of Shift2Rail? Which are your expectations from this work that will be starting in 2021?
I mean, I can just, continue what you said. You have an expectation, we do have an expectation that the railway operating community, both from the perspective of infrastructure managers and as well as the railway undertakings, will be much more engaged than it's under the current program of the Shift2Rail. No doubt about that. And the reason is precisely what we are discussing here now, because we need to roll on the new system perspective. So really to innovate the system in entirety, and having the system as rail as a system integrated in the multimodal transportation. And for that, it's of course very important that we have the industrial technology developed, but we need to have the expectations of the users connected with this as well. Yeah. And this will be the users, like users of the technology, but for us, and this is what we work heavily as well, is the communication with the customers. Mm-hmm. So it's not us as the operators who are somehow, the customers of the system. It's the final customer, whether the logistic companies, the shippers on the side of the freight, or the passengers. We have to work, in a way that we will satisfy their expectation, and for that reason, the future joint undertaking needs to combine both views of what the operators need to deliver for the customers and what can be the right technology supplied by industry for that. So I can only say, yes, we have some lessons learned from the first Shift2Rail, where our engagement was not as high as it should have been. Mm-hmm. But now we have the way forward, definitely.
Can I go ahead with another question? Because I think the one thing is the balance in terms of supply industry, operating community research. Another is geographical balance. And we know that is extremely, at the moment, we are not so good in this. Maybe. And as Eric said just before, we are looking at the single market. And single market meaning a European network that is connecting all the countries. Which are the actions that, in your opinion, we should put in place to better integrate the country not today represented in the activities? How you think we should tackle these aspects, and how it will help us to maximize the benefit of the investment.
You are really asking very, very sensitive and difficult, diplomatically sensitive questions, I have to say. No, I admit that this is what we observed in the first Shift2Rail, and this is somehow continuing also from what we observe in the applications for the founding membership and in the Shift2Rail or continuation of the joint undertaking. I'm fully aware of that. The point is that and I don't wish to be less diplomatic than I should be, but it's still the whole, I would say, concept seems to be, somehow Brussels-centric. Yeah. And to be honest, we will probably need to have some antennas, stretching towards the Central Eastern, even the Europe, in the northeast. I mean, the Baltic states are not any exception. We do not have the representation over there because, we don't have enough information, enough understanding what are going to be the benefits of being engaged right from the beginning, and not what and quite a number of people do see. I mean, that let's them to develop what needs to be developed, and then we will then decide whether we buy it or not. Most important is that we get the financing. And sorry to be so blunt, but this is how it usually works. The money the first, and then we will see, what can we buy out of that. So what we need is the change of mind in those countries. So having an engagement right from the beginning, so that the system can be served, with regards to the development of the innovations, from the start, and not when it's been developed and then it's more or less, rolling as the wave from west to east.
First you have to know what you want.
Exactly.
It has to be bottom up.
You have to be engaged in that, and that's why we also talk about the system pillar, the multimodality, which needs to be, covering the interest of all the regions of Europe.
Yeah. Okay, I can see there is a question. Yeah, sure.
Because I think that, again, Libor made a very important observation here. And that's also the mindset question. I mean, for a number of European countries, rail has been considered as a local thing. And they have not seen rail as the integrator with the rest of Europe. And this is also something that needs to be changed with the rail corridors, with the better connections, with the fact that Europe should be entirely connected with the rail. That's why we also give the money. That's why we work on the trans-European networks. That's why we want to have these corridors there. And rail has to be also seen not a local thing or a national thing, but the European thing. And that also would then engage more countries to think along on the European level, because today it is just a few who are there in a more central place and who always have a rail as a connector. But here we actually need more come together and see it really as a single European rail area where whole Europe can be connected with rail. This is a big challenge.
Otherwise it wouldn't be possible. That's what you said, Carlo, as well. I think Juan wants to react to this as well. Juan. Your mic is muted. Can you put on your mic? Juan, can you put on your mic? Your mic is muted. Juan, your mic is muted. No, he cannot hear us.
He cannot hear us, so we will continue with...
We have to do some work on the digitalization. It was your second pillar, I think, Henrik. Yeah. Okay, but I can see
this is connectivity.
That's the connectivity. So it will be difficult. But I can see there is a question from the audience. So how to position rail sector as an attractive employer for young talents? So sustainable green transport is not enough. Rail should attract more digital talents. Carlo, we are asking it. Yeah, I think so.
But also we come back
this is honestly, this is in our heart, you can imagine. Because we know very well that without the skilled employees, we will not be able to make this transformation to the automated system. And I mean really the system in an entirety. So for that reason, we work closely with our colleagues from the trade unions throughout the various projects run together with the European Federation of the Trade Unions in Brussels, but also in the member states, so that we really try to connect it. We have a project on analyzing the impacts of the digitalization automation that is ongoing, and we are also, and this is run, by the way, also together with the industry. We are going to roll on the new project, really analyzing or checking, what could be the possibilities for the better training, again, with respect to the skills, with respect to what the future of the automated railway should bring us.
Better skills for the people who are there, but also new talents. There's a
Both
war of talent.
Of course, I mean, especially as the question says, the young people, because we need to be attractive. So
and how are you going to be an attractive employee for young digital talents?
I mean, first, of course, we have to automate, so we have to digitalize the railway, because you can only attract the new people if you have the technology that is attractive for the people. That's so obvious. So again, we have this connection from both the regulatory perspective, also the innovation pillar that we need to have engaged in it. Absolutely.
On top of that, I would also say, or I would rather reinforce what I also said earlier, which is that the European Year of Rail is an opportunity also to popularize rail and to make people understand how high-tech it is. And when I think about it, I mean, hackathons, for example. I remember last year when we had the last Innotrans, so sad that it didn't happen this year, but and the hackathon there, I was there to open it. It had so many people with digital talents, eyes were sort of really sparkling, they were so interested.
Vibration.
And there's like, rail can be digital. And that's also what you're doing in the Shift2Rail. You have to come out and say, look, the rail is actually about digital. It's also a perception issue. For many, perception is rail is something, old-fashioned. Not at all. When you look at the high speed, when you look at the solutions that we have in Europe, this is top state-of-the-art. But it's just something that is not yet seen attractive. I think that using that image, turning around also the way you see rail, you get more young people who have digital talents also to come there, do more of the hackathons, try to sort of create some kind of vibe together with CR, together with UNIFED, together with everybody else to show, look, that's the way forward. We have now focused, European Commission is also focused on the digitalization, smart solutions. This is exactly what is needed. Smart and rail together. What can be better?
Yeah, but that's precisely, if you allow me, this is what should the Rail be about. So communicating towards the broader public about, how the rail is innovative.
We should tell everybody about it, that we should be blunt. We should say we are innovative, we are state-of-the-art, top of the top. Carlo, he is really, but they are both passionate. But I can see that Umberto is waiting as well. Umberto, you are back.
Umberto, which are your expectations for... we don't hear Umberto.
Umberto, you're muted. You should turn on the mic. Turn on the mic. No, we cannot hear you. Just try again, and then the question is the expectations, Carlo?
Because Umberto is representing the UITP, the Urban Operating Community. They were not part of Shift2Rail in the first round, and they are essential component because they represent an interface with the main line.
Absolutely.
And really, there is, as Eric said, smart mobility comes if we bring together all the sector together.
So this is the moment, in fact.
Yes.
Umberto. No, we cannot hear you.
No, we cannot hear Umberto.
Just one.
He has a small problem about the digital aspect
this
of
connectivity,
the evolution.
This will be the biggest problem that
it's a
we
hard
have.
connectivity, but it's also the soft one
But
here.
maybe we can also look at another aspect that is quite important in this respect, because one thing is the operating community, the other aspect is the competitiveness of the European industry. I don't know if Henri is still online. Otherwise, in this case, maybe Eric, one of the things we have, and we are aware of.
Yes, Henri
is here.
there.
Henri, do you hear us?
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay,
Can
great.
you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
We do.
So we'll ask you a question. I wanted to ask you, well, you are, as you mentioned yourself, you have been part of the setup of the Shift2Rail at the beginning. And now, which are your expectations in the new generation? And we know that one of the key challenge we'll have in front of us is the increasing competitiveness from outside Europe. So how Shift2Rail successor program and Shift2Rail can create a major positioning of the European industry in the world?
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to come back on the previous conversation just to mention that we have launched at UNIFE level a communication program called Hop On to attract the talents for the railway. And we have just launched that yesterday, actually. But of course, we will welcome any participants to this communication campaign, because I fully agree with what has been said in terms of attractiveness of the railway sector, which is there but not yet known enough. Coming back now to your question, definitively, Shift2Rail has been a great success, we have to say, and it has been fulfilling more than expected our vision. But now it's clear that the competition worldwide significantly, with, as you know, CRT being there, but also players being there, players being there. So there's huge competition, and at the same time, an increasing demand of to keep up the speed with the competition. So what I would expect is not only to do so as we have done so far of subsystems, but also to be there to experiment some new technology which is always all kind of bodies around the table. If we want to change the market, future technology, whether we talk about digital technologies, of course, with all the evolution of train-to-train communications, the trains, or we talk about connections, and why not distributing a number of systems. I think we need to continuous evolution, which so to experiment more innovative.
Okay. Good, thank you very much. We leave it there because the connection isn't that good as well, but I understand that we need to experiment as well.
Yes.
We go back to Umberto.
If he's there.
Umberto, we are going to try it again. Umberto?
Maybe in the same time, Eric, if you want to approach from the Commission point of view, the competitiveness of the European industry and the risk in terms of outside competitiveness, I think we have a strong European industry. This has been proved in the leadership of ERTMS around the world also. But still, we are, as you said before, for the single market, is a continued process.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, Europe has been always the world leader when it comes to the innovative solutions in rail, be it the rolling stock or be it the rail components or be it the signaling systems. And for that, for me at least, the external exposure and also promoting the European solutions and European products around the world is absolute must. I also see this as a must for the work of the Commission, and that's what also I have been doing together with my colleagues in many parts of the world, when we are also establishing transport dialogues with third countries. Then we always make sure that the rail topics are also covered, and at the same time we also use it in order to promote, for example, our rail safety, our ERTMS solution, but at the same time, of course, I mean, ultimately also our products. And I was very pleased, for example, I will have the EU ASEAN, the 10 countries of Southeast Asia, transport dialogue in a few weeks' time, and they actually were the ones who wanted also to spend more time talking about the future cooperation in rail, for example. In particular, for example, Thailand is interested. We know that there was this big project of Singapore, Kuala Lumpur high speed, which is currently being put on ice, but I'm sure that it will come back, and the European companies were very active there. So my point is that we need to be also globally present, be it in all of those markets where we actually can compete, and markets where, what I mean by can compete is that there are fair and open processes and procedures for the public procurement. It is much more difficult when you have to compete with those who come with unfair packages. And of course, it is very difficult to deal with that. And that also means that we need to protect our own industry as well. And we need to protect our industry also from, I would say, hostile takeovers. And I think that it is very good that we also have now the whole investment screening in place, which also allows us to see whether these investments are really made for commercial purposes or whether these investments carry a different kind of perhaps a politically motivated interest. And there, of course, Europe has to step in as well and to say, look, this is not necessarily in the interest of the Europe. So more, I would say that I'm very proud of our rail industry, very proud of our rail manufacturing. It is the best in the world, but we constantly need to make sure that it stays there, not because it wouldn't be innovative, but because we also need to make sure that it has the level playing field with the others.
Yeah, I can see that Umberto is back. Umberto, we are going to try this once again. Hi, Umberto.
Hello.
Yeah, now we can hear you. Great. Could you follow the discussion till now?
I was going back, I think you progressed with the discussion. I want to go back a bit about the urban rail and the presence of urban rail and in the program and in the Shift2Rail. It's been mentioned before also by Carlo. It's one of the elements of the rail system. In globality that for different reasons that we have been in the first release of the Shift2Rail, and as I can see a sort of a different nature of reflect maybe what is the mainline business, even if it brings something like 30 billion passengers per year. So when we go to the urban, we have a lot of complexity for what concerns integration. So we have to consider, on one side, maybe the integration in the old urban rail system, which is more interface with the mainline system. But we have to consider the tight integration in the whole urban mobility scenario. We have several systems in the cities, and we cannot imagine to have one system independent from the other. This is the one dimension of a complexity when we go to face and to let's say to consider it in an urban scenario, and that's where urban rail plays really a key role. There was a statement that said in the past from one of my colleagues that in the city you cannot have a mass, you cannot have a new mobility system, you cannot have a mass without mass transit. And this is clear if you see in Paris today, with the metro working not at full capacity, the level of traffic jam behind the bikes in the delivery, it's enormous. So what we need is really to see more inclusion in the next partnership. We see that a lot has been done together in defining the priorities, in defining the program and so on. We need also now to see how the stakeholders of urban rail are also included in the processes, are included in the partnership. Thinking mechanisms that consider, let's say, also the limitation that a rail operator in particular has when we go on finance, when we go on financial capability to funding.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand that we need more inclusion in the next partnership. Carlo, but I can see also that there are some people who are asking questions. 3 thumbs up for how can we use IYR to attract new tech and people to sector. Open standards, simplifying the procedure and removing barriers to entry. That is obvious. How can we do that?
Well, I think what Eric, you said about the European Year of Rail is an opportunity to make the rail much more near to the people. I think this will be a great occasion. And I think what Umberto just said about being sure that we have the correct interfaces with the rail main community, it will be an essential component of it. One other question I see there that is, we have a lot of ambition. I heard a lot of things to be achieved. But there are 2 main factors here. One, we have an economy that is suffering enormously. And I think your members, Libor, are partially paying the cost of it, as well as the supplier industry. And this is really clearly something that has an impact. On the other side, we know that there is a lot of pressure on the budget of the union, including of the next program. How we match all this? how we are capable to deliver under such a pressure, because if I would be a CEO of a company, I would have to decide, do I put my people in research and innovation or I put my people in production or running operations.
Okay,
And
clear
this can be a
question.
major trade-off.
How do you look at it? How can you match those two worlds?
Okay. Now I have to say that we really have to bring together, you know, three actors on the triangle. It's the states, the governments, it's the financing institutions, the banks, and it's the industry. And I mean industry in the broader sense, so not production only, but also the operating industry or operating community. Why I'm saying so? Because I don't think that we are short of the financial resources in Europe or globally. I mean, it's not the case. So what we can and should do, you know, in spite of the crisis, or I would even say thanks to the crisis, we should now use the opportunity to invest through the crisis, both for the hard infrastructure as well as to the research and innovation. So use the reserves that we have, the financial reserves, of course, for which we will have to have a decision of the governments, where the operators and the industry can play an essential role of orienting those investments, as I said, for both hard infrastructure as well as the research and innovation. So for me, this is the opportunity where we should bring ourselves into the situation of increasing the budget, in fact, for the innovative technologies and the development. And rather than what, Carlo, you may have, you know, the feeling that the companies are restricting. Of course, they have to reduce the budget, but still, if we create the right links with the possible loans for the future development and the research, we have this opportunity, which is really the golden one now.
Sure, you can reposition also
exactly,
the budgets.
Yeah, that's it. So we are not short of money in Europe, right?
No. This was exactly President Michel yesterday was at the Parliament, and he said that the Parliament, I think, was hearing about the MFF and Brexit, and he said to the member of the Parliament, we have 1.8 trillion euros. Why everyone says that we don't have the funding. But at the same time, there is a lot of pressure, especially in Horizon Europe, on CEF, on other programs. Which is your views about this? How you think this situation will evolve? Because now we are really at 2 months from the next year. It's almost here.
Yes, but that's typical Europe. You negotiate until the last moment so that you can, keep up the excitement, and in the end you
It's
will...
doing good politics.
Yes, in the end you usually come to a conclusion. So I am optimistic that, of course, all this will be adopted in time so that we can start next year. But I think that, of course, we have now a unique opportunity when it comes to it. I mean, first of all, if we look at the current programs like CEF or Horizon, then they continue. And yes, I mean, there will be also quite a lot of money available. And as we know, Shift2Rail gets the lion's share. And,
we don't hear your mic, I think. There's a
people here in the...
There's a problem with the mic, but we can... Yeah, it's okay. I'm sorry.
Don't move.
Don't move and just talk.
I don't know what kind of curse we have upon us today that we have so many technical challenges, but okay, that's the way it is. What I was just saying is that rail gets the lion's share of the Connecting Europe facility and continues to do so in the future as well. In the Horizon, Shift2Rail 2 will be part of the future solutions, but it's also very important to find synergies with the other projects. Now, clearly, the member states have to also do their share. I mean, I'm happy to see that the industry is doing their share. The Commission has a lot of seed money and beyond that. And for that, and as I say, there is also new opportunities. We have now the Recovery Fund. We have this totally new thing, which is focusing on the next few years to come, where basically the front loading is the key, and where you have to have many projects. The idea is also to advance the goals of the European Green Deal. So again, rail qualifies extremely well as part of the infrastructure investments that are done also through the Recovery Fund. For that, the member states have to come up with the national reform plans. For that, the member states have to prioritize also these activities. We have given our input from the Commission side, including related to what we expect in transport. We also understand that, at least in most cases, the member states would have significant amount of money set aside for the infrastructure investments. But the idea is that they would not just get some old projects taken out from the drawer, then wiped off the dust, and then put there, which is actually yesterday.
Yes.
But it also has to be some new future-oriented products. When we talk about infrastructure, we need to talk about the smart and sustainable and resilient infrastructure, not just infrastructure like such.
Can you put some pressure on the nation states? Because you're talking about the nation states, very important. I heard from Libor, yeah, but the European Commission could point out a direction as well. So how can you do that?
Of course. I mean, and in this case also, when it comes to the finalization of the reform programs, there is the consultation with the Commission as well, and surely there will be also pressure put on. But in the end, they need to want it.
Of course.
They need to be there to understand that it is good for them as well. And I think that what we have also delivered ourselves as tools, for example, for investments in rail, that this should also be seen that that's what the Commission also prioritizes. And what's also very important is it will be unacceptable if these projects are only looking at, nationwide.
Small level.
You need to have interoperability, you need to have cross-border, you need to focus on the missing links and bottlenecks. That is where you should also be putting the money, and that's what also the Commission trying to say, because the pan-European approach is missing in many areas, and also there where you do the investments, and that is why we need the European tools and facilities.
It comes to the point that we need all the stakeholders around the table. I see that Juan is back with us. Juan, do you hear us? Can we have a try to do this again? No, I don't think we can hear you. Can you try to speak up a little? Just try to...
Hello? I can
yes,
hear you.
we can hear you.
Good.
Hi, Juan.
Juan, maybe I have a question for you, because we had a conversation on the telephone a few months ago, and you told me all the benefit that SAIT had from Shift2Rail, and well, I cannot mention how many benefits we have from SAIT in Shift2Rail, but maybe you can share with us your experience of working in Shift2Rail.
Yeah, well, let me first introduce SAIT is a research center at the University of Navarra. We started participating in Shift2Rail 5 years ago with DLR, a strong relationship with the German partner. And during this time, from the academy or from the research point of view, we have delivered important technology, for example, in the area of localization, companies in the railway market, but also scientific contribution, conference papers. And we have created also a company in the area of digitalization of railway infrastructure maintenance.
Okay, I can see Carlo.
For us, we make a strong figure, and we could say that the return on investment in our case is more than 100%. We are really happy with the Shift2Rail 1.
Thank you.
Carlo, I can see there is another question from the audience. How does the pandemic play a role in the Shift2Rail's plans? Will there be any adjustments besides funding and timeline? That's a question for you, I think.
Yes, this is the case. I have to say that the impact at the moment of the pandemic on the ongoing projects is contained, or it was contained up to the next, the situation we are living currently, in the sense that we had some demonstration were postponed, but I have to say that thank you to the operating community and the connection with the member states. We had some derogation to continue to run demonstration activities, and we hope that if InnoTrans 2021 will take place in April, to be there to demonstrate the results we have achieved. It clearly is, we have been able to progress a lot on all the parts that is the digital part, because it can be done remotely up to a certain extent, as we experience. But clearly, when we talk about assets moving on network, it has impact. But it also shows that it allows us to rethink the model. So we talk about the next generation of young talent to come in, but also things that is going on at the moment is that we have a full generation of rail staff going to retirement in this decade, that we need to find a way to first to acquire the knowledge they have, because rail is fundamentally in this knowledge, and also second, to ensure that we have the correct processes to have this migration plan. And I think many companies, I think a member of CR are working from this point of view.
This is it. Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, okay. I see a next question. The European Union is quite dependent from import and from goods transported by sea. So how rail can efficiently support the demand? Also, what about one-day delivery model? That's a very difficult one. Perhaps, Henrik, I come to you.
Well, that's true. I mean, the maritime transport will remain as the main transport mode for the exports and imports in and out to the European Union. I mean, that is natural, and that is not going to change in my lifetime. At the same time, I think what I said earlier also applies here, which is the multimodality and the better interaction with the different transport modes. I mean, also, even today, the things are very clear. When you bring the containers to the European ports, then rail is very often playing a key role to get it out of the ports. But of course, for the last mile, then it all has to be done by other transport modes and also by through the multimodality. And I guess that there you can also have more solutions and also more sustainable solutions. Okay. I mean, basically the freight is also, or has to move towards a zero carbon outcome, okay. Which will take some time. But concerning one-day deliveries, I mean, we all know that there is not enough flexibility yet built in also in the rail system, and the fact also that freight is usually deprioritized compared to the passenger transport makes it sometimes also more difficult to deliver things in one day. I guess that this has to be part of all the topics we look at. But it will be possible in the future. It's one of the topics that we should deal with. Yes, definitely. But I think that we should aim for that. I mean, clearly, more flexibility, more predictability and reliability, and better integration with other modes, I think, are the key elements here. Okay, Carlo, I think we should move, for timekeeping's sake, we should move to the last statement of everybody. So the last statement we start.
Libor, maybe.
Libor.
Okay. European Year of Rail, one sentence, which are expectations?
May I? Two.
Absolutely.
Because I first have to react, what Henrik said about, the flexibility, reliability. But I would add, if you would wish, for example, to provide a better rail freight services, it's also capacity and automation. So it's investing into the infrastructure, but also to the research. So if I have, the expectation now from the Year of Rail, or even before we reach the Year of Rail, it's really boosting the budget for the research and innovation. I mean, Andri said so already. Can we have 1.5 billion for the future joint undertaking? That would be, the ball back to your turf.
And you like to hear that, Carlo.
That would be something. And from the Year of Rail, that we said already, I would say the communication towards the broader public. Yes. The rail year is for you, and it is the zero. If we talk about the road as a future zero-emission mobility, rail is the zero-emission mobility today.
Yeah, that's the solution. Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Henrik.
One sentence. Let's use the European Year of Rail to make rail cool again.
To make rail cool again, it's great. Perhaps we could go back. Are there some of the panelists still there? Juan, are you there for the last statement? I don't think we can reach Juan.
I think we can go
Perhaps
on.
you could give the last statement as well, because...
Well, my last statement would be to thank all of you for your participation. Thank you for the request of 1.5 billion euros. I know that we have a lot to do. I think we have a major expectation. I think we can make rail cool again. I totally agree. This is really simple like this we should have. And also what we will be discussing now, I think, will be an opportunity for this.
Okay, good.
Can we have it, in this, I would say, in the promotion materials of the Commission, for the Year of Rail?
Everything is coming back to you, Henrik. I can see that. Okay, thanks to all of you. Thanks our panel for their inspiring contributions. I hope we can welcome them next year for all what is said today to challenge that one. But Carlo, we aren't quite finished yet, are we? We have the honor to launch something else very important, and that's a brand new prize. That is to say, the Unique Train Prize, ladies and gentlemen. And Carlo, you know all about it. What's this new prize, the Unique Train Prize?
So thank you very much. So we have, for the first time, we launch a prize, is to define the unique train ID. It's something going on for many years, and we try to find a way to have innovative solution, breakthrough solution that would allow to track commercial freight trains from railway undertakings covering the full European network, and provide all real-time information about train, information on location, departure, destination, and punctuality.
Why such a prize? Did the sector need it?
Yes, it's something that is remaining still an open point to be solved. There are legislation under preparation, and we thought that maybe trying to challenge the sector, but not only, everyone can participate. Any type of.
I could
you can try.
As
yes.
well.
You can try.
You shouldn't laugh. I have brilliant ideas.
It's a breakthrough ideas that we need to think about how we find out a solution to have this to reach this target. The price is open now, so you can go online now on our website, and you can see the link and you start the submission. Deadline 21st September 2021.
2021. So you have like almost a year to apply. It's really out of the box, and I heard there's also a serious budget involved.
Yes, we have decided together with the governing board to invest €500,000, 400,000 to the first and 100,000 to the second runner. It is a specific process, so it's not a typical call for proposal. We expect in 1 year to have a solution that we can go to see with a panel of experts. So
it's a great manner to deal with it, to get innovative ideas from out of the box. Really great. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you will agree that this is a great prize, so I hope it will generate a lot of breakthrough ideas, as Carlo said. Carlo, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we take a coffee break to stretch our legs, and we'll see each other back at 11:15. Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you.
Thanks, yeah.
We are using here technologies from the game industry with virtual reality, and it is really possible to simulate the exterior noise, or the exterior noise coming from the train, and also interior in the train. We have different scenarios. We can demonstrate how is the noise coming from the freight train. We can show the difference of a freight train equipped with cast iron brake blocks, or the train equipped with composite brake blocks. It's also possible to create your project in the virtual reality, so they can see how the project in the future looks like, and also how the noise is with different noise mitigation measures. So with noise barriers, and you get clearly an impression of this future project.
Sustainability and transport.
When you think of these two words together, trains often come to mind.
But those of us visiting our friends abroad know it best. International rail connections often lag behind their local counterparts
in terms of speed, frequency, and affordability.
How could we make them better, more comfortable, and most importantly, sustainable?
Take a look at this map of signaling systems in Europe. It's no surprise there's plenty of issues with cooperation between countries. It's a complete mess.
Adopting a common railway signaling standard would not only make communication between countries easier, but also lead to reduced travel time.
Also, many interchanges are still a present obstacle in some countries.
To increase the coverage of the pan-European rail network, it's essential to develop unifying projects for both, which will serve as a bridge between different standards.
It's also possible to decrease unnecessary spending and get lower fares by adopting a single mechanism for sharing available usage.
It will be very useful for a more efficient supply.
But we need to face a bigger problem too: competition with the flights inside the continents. One of the main reasons why people tend to choose planes over trains is their speed.
So we recommend a swift adaptation of the next generation track system and high-speed rail system
across Europe, as mentioned in the Shift2Rail joint undertaking.
We believe that the optimization of the schedules along the lines of these recommendations
will not only make rail transport more attractive to travelers,
but also easier to manage and more efficient, leading to a more sustainable future for us all.
If you agree with us, please like and share this video.
Change can be achieved only by working together. So let's do this.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed a nice cup of coffee. We'll start with the second panel on delivering innovation capabilities for the European Railway of the future. And your moderator for this session will be Keir Fitch, Head of Unit of Rail Safety and Interoperability of DG Move. Keir, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Indra, and it's a great pleasure to join you for this second session of Innovation Days for Shift2Rail. In our first opening session this morning, you heard from my Director General, Henrik Hololai, together with Carla Borghini, the Director of Shift2Rail, and Libor Lochman, the CER Director General, about the overall vision for rail for the future, how we make it happen. And of course, now we need to start the deeper dive into what that means in terms of the technologies that we need to develop, in terms of the trends that we need to be aware of, and in terms of actually how we get the industry together to deliver on all of this. So joining me, I hope, for what should be a very exciting panel, I would like to welcome Eric Mink, who is the Programme Manager for Mobility as a Service at the Dutch Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. Eric, I hope you're coming up on the screen. Then we have Jorge Vieira, who is the founder and principal consultant of MTA Mobile Ticketing and Applications. Yeah, we have Eric, I believe. That's good news. We have Yves Paral from Thales, who is a coordinator for us in Shift2Rail for what we call IP4, all of the work on ticketing and passenger data services. Okay, I'm being told that the technology is not working at all. Okay, okay. Right, so it seems that we are not managing to get our panelists to link up. In that case, we will have a change of plan. And I believe that Indra will join me back on stage. I see the faces of the panelists, so I don't know if this...
I think here I come with you. I think we have some of the panelists, but not all of them, ladies and gentlemen, due to connectivity once again. But I think you could ask some questions to them, and otherwise we will join you on stage again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I give you the floor back.
Well, I've seen Eric. I don't see Yves, Jorge, or and is that Norbert? That's Roland. Okay. Norbert, okay. So I do see Norbert Karl, who is our IP5, so our freight coordinator. He's from DB Cargo, but he works with Shift2Rail, coordinating the freight program as well. So I hope we will at least be able to bring Roland and Eric into some of the discussions later. But just let me set the scene. Of course, as I say, we've discussed the big picture in the first session. What we wanted to do in this session was look at how we deliver that. And in particular, there is, of course, an issue of getting the right staff into the railways, into the rail supply industry, to actually manage what will be a very, very different railway in the future. So one of my questions for the panelists will be actually how do we attract the right people to the railways? And here I can do a little advertising pitch as well, because of course the Commission will be launching, together with our partners in the railway industry, so together with the Community of European Railways and together with UNIFE, the rail supply industry, a project in January, what we call a skills blueprint for rail. So that will also be a chance to work across the sector, seeing how we develop the skills that we need for the railway of the future.
Okay, Keir. How we are going to attract the right people? We are going to discuss it. I suggest we do it together. You can have a sit there, please. And then I will call upon stage once again. Carlo, can I ask for your cooperation once again? You can have a sit there. And Libor, may I ask you kindly to come and join us once again? So I'm sure we will have a very nice conversation. So go ahead, Keir, because you had one question, how to attract those right people? That was one of your questions.
Yeah, well, I mean, the question as I was posing is, we need, if we're to run a digital railway in the future, the people who have the IT skills to actually leverage all the technology. But we also need to have the people who will bring make the rail system attractive for end users, particularly for passengers, because clearly, as I'm sure we'll discuss a bit later in this talk, we are trying to compete with the other sectors to bring people to rail. So we need the passenger-facing people who will address that. So as I said, we will start this project in January, working with the industry to assess the skills that are needed to bring people in. But I think that, I mean, this is particularly actually a question for Libor. Okay, how do you, Libor, see the skills needs of both the railway supply industry and the railways of the future? And what are you expecting that we will get out of the skills blueprint in terms of addressing those issues?
Thank you for that, because I mentioned, in fact, the blueprint in our previous session, so that the cooperation with the industry as an essential tool for really having the skilled workforce from the perspective of the technology innovation that we need to engage in the railway system, both from the manufacturer side as well as from the side of the operating community. So what we expect from that is clearly that it will help us not only to have the research program that we need for the deployment of the technology, but also the workforce that will help us to operate that and to develop it, of course, at the same time. Now, how are we going to do that? You know that the blueprint is involving not only the manufacturers and the operating part together with, I would say, observatory of the European Federation of the Trade Unions, but we have universities connected to that. In fact, the leading element in this structure, or the overarching element, is the university, because we need to work with them in a way, how can we develop the whole scheme for the development of the future skills. So universities play a crucial role in it.
Yeah. What's your opinion on it?
No, I think Libero pointed out something really important, and I think we need to start as soon as possible to create an opportunity to join the rail sector. Eric said before, we need to make rail cool. I think is a clear message that we need to be used.
Good base.
But
yes.
I think also there are two aspects I think is important. The first one, we need to make use of the extensive and great knowledge of the staff working in the railway undertakings and in the supply chain.
But perhaps you can connect it, as he said, the knowledge that is there, that people have, together with the universities.
Yes, and I think this is exactly where we need to make, because we cannot simply lose this knowledge. This knowledge is essential, is today the knowledge that allows the rail system to go on and operate. The question is that if more and more we introduce the digitalization, automation, we clearly create a new market for which we need the new skills, whatever they will be, and we need to start to explain this as soon as possible, because otherwise we'll not have the new generation of engineers to be interested to work with us on these type of things. And the European Union of Rail can be a great opportunity to as Enrico said, on hackathon, on any other instruments we can use to leverage on this. So I think that we have a series of action that we can take on board together. And I have to say, honestly, in the Shift2Rail program, we were able to fund the 3 PhD only, to be clear. So meaning that also from our side, we need to rethink what does it mean to fund exploratory research, how we can create this community. And we need to learn from the other sector. If we take the automotive industry, today you have a pure digital company going to collaborate with their competitor to create the new skills. Because it's not in the automotive industry, the skills is coming from outside.
So you have to work together, no concurrency. How do you look at it, Kier?
Well, very much like Carla. I mean, as I said, we need a very different skill set, but we need to give clear messages, particularly to the young people who are training today.
But not only to the youngsters, I understood from Carlo. You have to cooperate and bring those two skills from the people who are there and the new young ones together. How do you see that?
Well, I mean, rail is a very old, in some ways, industry, a very conservative industry.
We have to make it cool again,
so we have to make it cool, and that's really about getting the existing staff to see that there is a value in what they've learned, that their industry actually has a great future, so giving them the enthusiasm to then work with the youngsters. And I think we do need youngsters because the rail industry staff is quite old. So we bring the newcomers in and allow the existing staff to really feel that they're leveraging their skills and experience in bringing the newcomers up to speed. So
working together with the youngsters and the older people who are there already, but also cooperating and working together with other industries, which is very important.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that we are aiming to do very much across the new work programme, because of course we can't invent all the technologies we need in Shift2Rail or whatever the new partnership's called. We need to leverage the work that's coming out of the telecoms industry, out of high-performance computing, but also out of a lot of socioeconomic work, actually understanding what people really want from their transport system.
Is that possible? How do you look at it? Because is that possible? There are a lot of walls between all the different companies, all the different ways of thinking and looking at it. Is that possible? Can we manage to do that?
It must be possible. I mean, if you want to be, and this brings me back, to the beginning of this morning session. We have to be more competitive.
We have no choice. We have to
exactly.
Do it
We have to
way.
be more competitive. We have to be competitive. I mean, on the transportation market, and at the same time, we have to be seen as a reliable partner in the multimodal context. So how can we do it otherwise than really, I would say breaking those, what you call walls, although I would not be convinced that we have that many walls, but because we have the same interest. We have the interest to be attractive for the customers. And that brings us, to the point where we have to work together, and not internally within, the operating community and separate the manufacturing entity and so on. No, all together. And that's why, again, this blueprint is an excellent example. How can we really engage?
Yeah. I think Mr. Mink is joining us online. Mr. Mink, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think Keir has a question for you as well.
Well, I mean, of course, firstly, perhaps your views on this whole issue of how we actually bring new staff into the railway industry would also be extremely interesting.
Yes. I think it's really important to bring new people to the table. Sorry, I can hear myself echoing now. But we at the Ministry of Transport in the Netherlands are really working to get people from data science and behavioral analysts to the table. Because it's not just about rail anymore, but we are in a global mobility transition where digitalization is crucial. So I agree with speakers that new people and new skills are necessary. And well, I'm not that young myself anymore.
Good, we can continue. Carlo. This is not only going about technology. I'm sorry, I'm going to continue here because we have a bad connection. This is not only about technology. We were talking a lot about technology, but it is, of course, a service that you want to give to the people.
Yeah, so this is actually also the topic of this session, is about innovation capabilities. And when we started from the program, effectively, the program was built as a bottom-up program, fortunately strongly driven by a clear multi-annual action plan. But what came up quite, the typical question I received from the CEOs with whom Libor is working mostly was what I found in, what I will find in Shift2Rail? What will be the results of this? And when we look at from this point of view, we thought, okay, all this technology will create new services, will create new capabilities, will deliver to the operating community, to the infrastructure manager railway undertaking, a series of capability that will enable the transformation of the system. And how we have worked together was to put together the innovation program, bring together the different technological demonstrator and look which type of services, when they are together, they can deliver to the results. And it's clearly quite complex to start with a program that is technology-driven and looking at the service afterwards. So this is really has been a quite complex process. Thank you to the, I would say, community of the rail operating community, and thank you to the supply industry. We were able to have this transition and to bring it forward. And thank you to the Commission. We had the correct push to go in this direction. And this became also the basis to introduce more and more the system approach we are looking for in the future.
Yeah. And how can you boost it even more, this rail-centric system, this rail-centric network, because that's what we're going to need. So you have already the cooperation of the Commission and of the workers that you are talking about, but what can we do else? What are the next steps?
Yeah, so what we are trying to bring forward in the next steps is really the concept of system approach, and looking at rail as a complex system into which all the subsystems are influencing the behavior of the other.
Not the individual elements, not only 5G, for instance,
no.
It's the whole thing.
Exactly. And try to benefit from all the new technology to maximize the performance. We have a lot of discussion with Libor. We have not yet solved it. Okay.
Tell me about that discussion. You do not agree with him then?
No, it was not about disagreeing, but we have, certain challenges about automatic operations, autonomous operations,
Tell
connectivity.
Me about the challenges. What are the challenges?
I mean, for me, if I would go and somewhat, departing from the skills, but still, for me, the major challenge of the railway is to build a system which will be as much automated as possible, because this is what brings us to the efficiency and and competitiveness. Automating the system, and we use the IT technology today and widely, but having the bits and pieces of the IT compared to what should be the system approach to automation at like two completely different universes, and that's why I appreciate this push for having a system approach. Because that's precisely what we need. Yeah.
You're nodding, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the system approach is something that we've worked very closely with the whole of the industry on, because it's absolutely vital to the future of rail. The real problem we have with rail is that we can see all the great things that this technology could do in terms of automation, in terms of much higher capacity, etc. But getting from where we are today to where we want to be is very hard, because railway is a very complex thing. You've got to get the technology into most of the railway before it's much use.
And how can we get rid of that barriers that you talk about?
Well, that's what we're working on with the system approach. I mean, what we're looking for the future in particular is to develop a much more modular architecture for railway equipment, which means that instead of essentially replacing a train or spending a huge amount of money replacing most of the equipment on a train, you can just unslot, say, the radio system, you mentioned 5G, slot in the new module that has the new technologies, and it will work, and it doesn't require hundreds of thousands or millions of euros per train to upgrade it.
Yeah.
And I mean, if we get there, that will make a huge difference.
If we get there, what do we need to get there?
Well, we need a common vision on how we get there. We need to...
There is a common vision, I think.
Well, that's what we're developing. I mean, we've got the high-level common vision, but of course, high-level visions are great, but you need to get into the detail. And that's really what we've now started working on. And we do have to align the interests of the manufacturers and of the various different bits of the railway industry, because they're not all the same. Of course, the manufacturers want to sell products to make money, and the railways want a train that they can run for many years.
Of course, and key is, once again, to get all the stakeholders around the table. That's what I understand.
Yeah, this is exactly what is about the logic of the capability, the logic that we embedded in this discussion is the system can advance only if we put all the value chain around the table to make a choice. And I think one of the major changes we expect from the evolution of the system is really to have a strong driver from the operating community, including the urban community as interface to the main line, because we should not come to create a mode of transport in splendid isolation. It doesn't simply work. We need to bring it together with the rest. Logistics is fundamental. There is no alternative.
Of course.
Package doesn't move, so simple like this. But so this is the fundamental component. So we need to have a strong driver from the operating community, as Kira was saying, on the future concept of operation. And as the different approach we have with Libor is, you look at an automated system. I look also of the intelligence in the system itself, and how we combine this. And maybe there are different business models.
Combination,
okay?
Yes.
But this is the first point. The second, we have a strong supply industry today, okay, that should, on one side, bring upon the enabler in the form of innovation capabilities, but on the other side, also be capable to challenge the concept of operation, because technology, research, innovation is exactly there to become a challenge. Otherwise,
of course.
And finally, we have the research community. When Juan explained before, as a research center, the idea is a research center can bring inside really out of the blue idea, breakthrough ideas, independently from rail, aviation, automotive, or energy networks. And if we combine together, and this is the objective of the Shift2Rail now and more in the future, all these forces, I think we can really design a future system, not technologically driven, but as Kira was saying, based on the type of operation the operating community want to have, which is the business model, as Libor, you said before, which is the business model.
Which is the only way to go to be sustainable. I can see that one of your panelists is there, Kira. Perhaps we can try to make a connection.
Hi, Felicity, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Excellent. So I'm very pleased that we have Felicity Osborne online. She is the coordinator for the infrastructure work in Shift2Rail, coming from Network Rail. Now, Felicity, one thing that's very important, I mean, you've heard all this discussion on system vision, but of course, to make the railway work, we also need to be pooling data, working with data across all of the users. How do you see this working in the future? I mean, is this something which is an issue for you in the UK at the moment, or have you made this work?
Certainly. So I think data has become absolutely imperative in terms of learning about our infrastructure, our assets, how they talk to one another, and how we use that to drive decision-making, and ultimately how we make our railway fit for our customers and freight. So it's certainly a consideration in the UK, and working with our partners across Europe, it's a common interest, and something that we have built as an integral part of the infrastructure programme. So we have three kind of technical demonstrators that are looking at different aspects of data. So data collection, data analytics and interfaces, decision support and lean working methods. And this will really drive other technologies and systems that will ultimately create better services for passengers. So it's all linked, but it's all driven by data.
Okay, but we have a lot of reluctance of data sharing, Keir.
Well, I mean, here I fear I have to turn back to Libor. I mean, as Felicity has said, and as I was indicating my introduction to her, we have huge amounts of data now available. If we can combine that data, learn from that data, we can run a very much more efficient railway. We can give much better real-time information to our customers, whether they're passengers or freight users. We can run the railway much more cheaply. But there is a reluctance, I'm not sure it's just in rail, I think there's a reluctance in many parts of industry to share that data. And I think what we're trying to do is work with everybody actually to show that there is much greater added value across the system if that data is properly shared. But there is a lot of reluctance. There are the big companies in particular who see this as proprietary, are concerned about the impact that sharing that data is going to have on their business. And so we're engaged in a process of confidence building to allow them to release that data. But I mean, Libor, it's your players. So,
but as you said, I mean, this is not unique to the rail sector because it's all about what you call, you know, how can we, I would say, demonstrate that there is a benefit in an added value of using the data in, I would say, much more shared environment. Because otherwise the companies, and this is a typical issue, is that they are afraid of them, you know, being subject to internalization of the costs for gathering of the data, processing the data, and externalization of the benefits by other, you know, actors on the market that would just take a profit from what they have to work on, you know. So this is what we have to change in the first place. And that's why we always insist that, yes, let's use the data as widely as we can, but on a commercially fair and transparent principles.
Sure, but how can we work on the confidence in each other? Because we will need that one.
Yeah, but that's what I said. You know, that for me, it's for the basis is for having, you know, the transparent regulation and governance, and also the commercial principles let's say, embedded in that.
Embedded and be
in that.
transparent.
Precisely. Otherwise, you cannot expect that a company, and it's not, when I had, the discussion with Eric Haltema, from the car industry, they had the very same concern. They have a lot of data in the cars.
Yes.
But just to give everything on the market, is that a solution? Because there is an additional aspect, and it's the responsibility for the data maintenance. I mean, if you operate certain subject, the technology component or the system, you have to be responsible also for the safety of the data that are inside. And if the data, for example, used for the automation or even the maintenance, you cannot simply give them out,
Of course, it will be difficult. There are a lot of barriers, but it is needed, this sharing of data.
I'm not protesting again. I'm just saying that we have to find the right way.
A solution and the right way, yes.
If I may.
Carlo, and then we go to
after
Mink.
we go to Mink, I think, but I would not use the word sharing data. I think we need to administer and manage data. And I think what you are asking for is how we can have a correct framework, a fair framework, into which we can manage data. Because if I follow your reasoning, Libor, absolutely, but if we are not careful, yes, we are looking at the risk inherent to share data, but how much money we are losing because we don't leverage the data.
Yes, but this is the balance we have to find.
Exactly.
Of course.
I mean, as we've indicated at the beginning, rail is a very complex system, so perhaps in rail more than many other industries, if we don't share that data properly, the system simply isn't going to deliver. So I think it's absolutely vital that we address this. And of course, we can find the right protocols to ensure that the data actually is what it appears to be.
It's vital, but it has to be done in the right way. I think one of your panelists is waiting.
I mean, Eric Mink is now online again, and I hope we can hear him properly this time. But Eric is actually in charge of mobility as a service in the Dutch Transport Ministry. So, of course, for mobility as a service to work, data sharing is absolutely vital. So how have you been addressing this in the Netherlands, Eric?
Hopefully I don't have the echo anymore.
No, we can hear you okay at the moment.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, we have a voluntary mass program on a national scale with voluntary data sharing. And sharing or managing data, in our opinion, will increase the cake for everybody. Especially when it comes to public transport. Because we need to be honest that public transport is not that efficient yet. In the Netherlands, the average occupancy rate is about 30%. So every additional customer is additional profit. So let's not worry about sharing, let's worry about efficiency and see whether efficiency of public transport can increase, because that would enhance sustainability, it would enhance profits, and it would enhance efficiency.
Okay, so that's clear. We have to talk about efficiency and not only about sharing, Keir.
Well, I mean, clearly, as we've said, efficiency is vital. So we need, first of all, through the demonstration work in Shift2Rail, but then in the real world to actually show the added value of sharing the data. But of course, there are still people who probably think they've got more value in keeping it close to themselves and others who very much want to benefit from it. So I think my question back to Eric would still be, what are the measures we should be looking at developing through Shift2Rail and then maybe through regulation, which will actually help support this sharing of data?
I think what is essential is to harmonize the data sharing as much as possible. We have seen that this will help a lot in creating an open ecosystem. We started out with defining a data string in order to be able to measure the effect of mass as a government. But we also harmonized a data sharing API between mass service providers and transport operators. And this makes the costs much lower and the benefits much higher, because it only takes one API to open up your market to mutual players.
Thanks for that. I'd like to
So
bring
standardizing and transparency are key.
Many thanks for that. I'd like to bring Yves Peral in, who I understand is also now available online. Yves, as I said, is from Thales, coordinating the Shift2Rail work on the whole ticketing area. And of course, data sharing is vital to make ticketing work. So in your work in IP4, how are you addressing this the question of data sharing? And of course, many of the players you're dealing with are those who currently own the data. So how are you overcoming their reluctance to give it up?
In IP4, data sharing is a little bit different. It said just now, we are dealing with a lot of its modes. We need to find a way to connect all the data streams together. Instead of deciding to have a common data format.
Sorry, I think we're finding it very difficult to understand you, and I suspect that the audience outside are. So maybe we'll try again later. Very sorry for that. I mean, of course, the data issue is particularly important for bringing rail to the centre of a multimodal transport system. One thing maybe, if Eric's still online, we can discuss with him, is actually what else we have to do to make rail really strong at the centre of the system, and certainly Libor could also answer to this. I mean, rail is never going to be able to take you from door to door, so for rail to work, we have to integrate it with the other modes much more effectively. So again, what is it more that we need to do to achieve that integration? Eric, are you still with us to give your view as a mass coordinator?
Is Eric still there?
No, we have someone else on the screen.
One of the other panelists?
Yes, exactly. Do you hear us?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Perhaps we can go to Libor.
Libor?
Does he want to speak?
Well, we can't hear him.
Yeah.
So.
Can you try again?
I am trying to speak.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. I think there's a little delay. The screen and my. I'm George de Silva. I've been working in mobility and systems for quite a while. No. And well, I want to just
no, I don't think this is going to work. I don't think this is going to work. We are going to
back to the railway in the multimodal perspective.
Yes.
I mean, we had quite. You brought Claire Dupré. Yesterday we had an interesting discussion about the multimodal ticketing and the mass. So I can tell you, this was something that in 2.5 hours, how diverse the opinions have been, taking into the consideration the current experience and also the potential for the future development of this connectivity that could ideally be built on the rail as a backbone, but having door-to-door services using the other modes as well, because we never will be able to serve the customer, from door to door. Yes. So how can we connect that all together? And this discussion yesterday really has demonstrated that there are not only, various, I said, that experiences with what can work in the regions, depending also on the cultural background, on the regional, I would say, expectations, but how to make that transfer to something that can work Europe-wide and connecting across the borders.
And what do you think about it?
That will be a challenge, to be honest. That will really be a challenge. Yeah.
But don't forget, because I think this also would have been more or less, I believe, the intervention that Yves started to make was that effectively, from the technological point of view, the use of ontologies that we have introduced in the logic of IP4 for the interoperability framework would allow to connect different APIs without having to change the system and so on and so on. So I think there is a different component here that are playing together. From the technological point of view, I think we are quite advanced. Now the question is how we bring this technology inside an operational system.
Yes.
And this is not something that, and there are a lot of implications. We have the experience of the aviation sector when this happened, how much revenue was, or pricing was defined by digital company compared to those providing the service at the end, and which can be the impact. We have how we involve the payment system, like credit cards, like Apple Pay, like Google Pay, whatever is coming up now, and so on and so on. So there are a lot of factors that are intervening. From the technological point of view, I think we are almost there. If not there. We have also the FSM project that the railway community is bringing forward, is aligned with the interoperability framework. So all this is there. Now, and this is something that we are experiencing, is going back to the concept of capability, is the question is how we can transform, especially such type of advances and technologies that are touching at the heart of the key component of the system, because we're talking about revenues, fundamentally, okay, in a manner that we are bringing this technology inside the companies. And I think this is really where we have to do, I don't think we have anyone as an answer, but I think it should be really...
You should think about that one, because that's the biggest challenge.
If you allow, because I fully agree, Carlo, we have a technology more or less in hand.
Yeah.
And
it's almost ready.
It's almost,
there.
I mean, it's ready or it's almost ready. But the point is, that's why coming back, to what we discussed yesterday, it's really a lot about the political will, and not, I mean, the central one, again, from the Brussels bubbles perspective, but the political will of the regions and the states, exactly.
Yes.
The culture, which plays really important, we would not believe, what are the influences coming from the cultural background that do direct that, and also the business interests.
Okay, and how could we tackle that hurdle? Is it something politics? What in your opinion here?
I think we've also got to go back to, are we just reinventing the railway system as it was with a few bells and whistles? Or are we actually going to try and do something fundamentally different? And I actually think the answer should be the latter. That
otherwise there's no future.
Yeah,
that's the way to go.
There's no future, but also there are so many possibilities, I think, with automation in particular.
And people, I'm afraid, they will expect also that you use that possibilities as well.
So we've got to use that to build a completely different operational model and a new business model with that, and of course in the end to make this attractive.
Yeah, but we do agree on that. Who is going to tackle the hurdles?
Well, we have to do it collectively. I mean, that's why we're sitting here, that's why we spend a huge amount of time with Libor and his colleagues, and why some of my colleagues are reaching out all the time to the urban transport industry, etc. But of course, as Libor says, it's not only different industries, but it's culturally different in different parts of Europe. How this works is very different in very big cities with very strong urban transport operators, for example, to medium-sized and small cities. So it takes a lot of work aligning the interests. But I mean, fundamentally, as I say, I think if we can show at a European level and with some of our demonstration projects what could be done, then we create the momentum to make it happen.
I think that's a very right thing to say. You should show what this could mean, not only to the Brussels bubbles, as you called it, but also to the nation states. How do you want to do that?
Well, this is, at the moment, what we are trying to do is this is the week of the region, by the way. So yesterday we were with Libro, another event exactly about speaking about it. I think is that as much as we have European projects bringing together the actors, we need to the reverse process and go locally. And we are looking at the possibility to sign agreements. So for example, we have an agreement that is signed with the Basque region in Spain, and for example, SEIT is part of these overall discussions, because it's the way to bring back the discussion at local level, as Libor said, that
It's
regional
essential.
level
It's really
is
crucial.
essential.
This is really crucial.
But don't forget that it's not only for passenger, it's also for freight.
Freight also. But you need these best practices then. You need ambassadors. You need those projects to show to the world, the Commission, the nation states, look at what we could do if you go on a regional basis.
Yes, but we need also to go with the idea to say, I don't want to have something different. This we are really a specialist, if I may say so. What I've seen is that I can make simple example of discussion about batteries, in which some rail sector has asked to battery companies to develop batteries, and they say, so we don't need square battery, we need a bit round battery because we want to put under the roof. And the battery industry said, can come back in 20 years because we need to satisfy how many billion cars in the world. And we have only square batteries, nothing to say. So I think there is a full set of aspects that are intervening. In the freight business, for me, one of the key issues we can see, and is going to how we manage data, how we manage information, is brake control at the borders. And I may understand there is a different regulation, but the brakes was working before, I hope, and it will work after. And the train may be stopped there for this type of reason. We have seen on the video before, during the pause, the manual brake test and the future digital brake test. So we need to, let's say, learn to accept or learn to take the maximum benefit what is developed, instead of every time reopening, they will say, my network is different, because this will not work.
You agree, Keir?
Well, I agree. And of course, this is a huge amount of the work we're doing, not just in innovation, but also on the regulatory side in Europe. I mean, the railways, for historic reasons, have had a tendency for each railway to invent its own set of rules, and having done that, decide that really anybody else's rules are simply unsafe. And what we need to do with all the new technologies is ensure that doesn't happen again. And of course, it easily can happen, because you have somebody do a project in one part of Europe, somebody do a different project in another part of Europe, and they just say, my project's best, let's go with it. So that's where Shift2Rail is so important in bringing people together, getting them to work together right from the word go, so that we don't get that divergence. Then, and of course, we talked about system architecture earlier, that's where it's vital that we have everybody around the table. We develop a common vision, we put that in the rules. The industry has a single set of products to develop, and it's much, much cheaper.
I can see that one of your panelists, Norbert Karl, is there to join us. Norbert, good morning, no, good afternoon almost. Good day to you. So can you hear us, and could you as well? So Keir.
Yeah, so Norbert is the from DB Cargo, so responsible from Shift2Rail for our freight program. You've heard a lot of discussion, or I hope you've heard a lot of discussion about the issue of access to data, and about also now this issue of coordination across borders. How are you dealing with this for freight? Because of course for freight it's absolutely vital that we are able to tell the end customer where their product's arriving, that we're able to coordinate with the trucks or whoever are taking the load on at the end of its journey. So how are you dealing with these issues in IP5?
Yes, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
So what we have in IP5 is a unique vision of an asset control tower whereby we steer our fleet. I'm talking a bit slow because I can hear echo, sorry. But we steer our fleet on a European level based on actual real-time data, and at the same time we want to make this data available to our customers. So it's very, very clear that there's a big challenge in the data sharing, data cleansing, data handling, and Carlo, you said it right, data management. So for instance, we're having a big program here, which is condition-based maintenance inside IP5. I will just take this example because it's really alive and vital and really hits us in this moment. We have 1,400 locomotives sending data. They are part of our analytics cluster. And now we have a number of dashboards, a number of use cases that we're currently checking, which are delivering first value, and where we also need to make sure they will deliver value to other European countries, to other customers, and in a large customer base. So that's a big challenge. Yeah. So here we need to partner up. We need to understand what the customer needs. You talked about APIs. You talked about interfacing for booking, for bullying. There are the customer interface, but we also have challenges between the partners in the community. So for cross-border transport, it's evident, but even if you just want to homologate one system or bring one system or one supplier to the track of another supplier, you need to make sure that the systems are talking and that these interfaces are open and clear and don't harm any sort of innovation, competition. There shouldn't be any boundaries in the architecture.
Okay, Carlo, you want to react on that?
Because thank you, Norbert, for this, because effectively condition-based maintenance is one of the key aspects of IP5, together with the digital automatic coupler, together with hybridization, together with the automation, longer trains, but especially on the condition-based maintenance. I understood that this is really very well progressing inside DB Cargo. Now the question is how we can export, as you said, this model also in other operators in a manner that we benefit at European level of such important data with all the value they have, but especially you can communicate between yourself.
Yes, that's a true challenge. Of course, we're at the forefront of the development at DB Cargo. But yes, we need to exchange with our partners. We have SNCF Red, we have other operators in Shift2Rail, which need to give their input to this development and demand what they need in terms of changes for their national application. So the exchange, collaboration in this field is crucial. Without this open discussion and the transparency of what we have in our hands, what data is here, we will not progress. And I think you've discussed about this in the digital age. It's about sharing the data, sharing the data. Yeah? Your product will not be valued because it's scarce, but the more it is exchanged, the better the digital products are. And that means bringing in new players, also integrating the whole supply chain. So we need to bring railways to the table and all the railway operators when we talk about the standardization of data handling.
We should bring others to the table, also the supply chain. That will be a challenge as well. Perhaps Keir, Carlo, I don't know.
Keir.
You're two gentlemen. Keir first, then Carlo.
Well, I mean, again, I think we're back to what we keep saying. There is huge added value for everybody if we do it right. So we have to demonstrate that added value and where necessary, do some nudge through regulation. I mean, I think we're not going to get away from regulation because there are always players for whom the personal benefit, if you like, is greater.
It's always more important than the general benefits. Yes, Carlo.
You know, I don't come from the rail system, so I'm really humble when we talk about these type of things. I come from numbers. And why I say this? Because I think at the end is a problem also on how we share the revenue and the benefit from this. I think this is really
what I said, already.
That's what you said.
This is really the key point around it. So I think when is a simple example, and Eric mentioned before, if you go to the port of Rotterdam, I was told you have a ship that can contain maximum 45,000 container, 45% by truck, 45% by barges, 15% by train. Can you know how much are 20,000 container on trucks? 100 kilometers. Every ship of 45 is 100 kilometers on the highway. Here we need to offer what we can offer from rail to address it. Okay, and this clearly is not because we take away the market. It's saturated the market. And as we have the target of 30 by 2030, is how we can look at this area where there is such saturation and we can integrate this type of aspects.
You will need to integrate it because that's the solution. Otherwise, you will be stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I can't add more because I mean that's back to the automation and capacity management. Because one of the reasons why we can't supply more containers, it's the capacity of the trucks that we operate.
I can see that there are some questions of the audience. Does the issue of they're coming back to the data accessibility? Does the issue of data accessibility to provide an optimal transportation service ask also for legislating? I think so.
Well, as I said, I think we are going to have to. I mean, to some extent, in fact, we already have legislated. There is both within the rail-specific legislation, but also general legislation requiring certain kinds of data to be.
But you have to adapt it to each other, perhaps more.
Well, that's a separate issue. I mean, the question of making the data available is one thing, then the question of the technology to ensure that it actually can be used is another. Frankly, the latter question, I think, is easier. I mean, there are technological issues, but
easier than the first one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of work going on with it now. As Carlo was mentioning, we have new technologies to link up different data sets without having to build very complicated databases, for example. So that becomes easier, the kind of thing Google has done effectively. What is still hard is ensuring that the data is there. But also, as Libor was rightly mentioning earlier, I mean, having data available is only part of the issue. You do need to know how reliable that data is, how up to date it is, etc. So you need some checks and balances, some things to actually ensure responsibility for the data.
I can see that Jorge Vieira is with us again. Hi. Perhaps you could ask your question.
Yes, I'm coming back to the comment by Carlo on the interoperable framework. I think that this is a major Shift2Rail, and I'm surprised of hearing talking about the universal to link systems together, whereas the semantic approach that is proposed there is much more powerful and much more reliable for the future.
Jorge, I'm sorry.
I think that we are trying to
Jorge, this is not working. Jorge, this is not working. Perhaps you could use Slido. Then we can see your comments and your questions as well, and we take it in the panel discussion. So perhaps you could use Slido, because this is not going to work.
But I think Jorge has a correct point, because he said he is surprised to see this discussion going on. And I think from his point of view, I don't want to interpret his words, but I understand, because Jorge, like Eve from Thales or other companies, have invested in coming up with technology that can provide such a support on the data. And now the question is really the transition process. And this is really something that I think in Europe we have difficulties. If you compare Europe and the US in terms of research innovation, there are no doubts we are much better. When we are going to the innovation process, we are stuck.
How come that we are stuck?
Because clearly, well, first of all, we don't have the same legal framework. It's completely different legal framework. But second is clearly the way that where we come from. We come from a complete different situation, and we need to make a transition. So, and this is really where we need to focus, I think, and we discussed before a bit with Eric about, for example, the funding of Connecting Europe facility for the future. I think we need to have a share of funding Connecting Europe facility that is going exactly in the direction of focusing on bringing technologies on the market and really to find the migration plan. I don't know if we can say we partition it or we have this, but because we have a lot of investment going in rail, okay? The question is that to do what? And I think this is really the strength.
Yes.
I mean, I think maybe we shouldn't beat ourselves up about the US too much on this one, actually. I mean, if you ever travelled on Amtrak or the New
it's
York
not so
subway,
nice to be on the trains there.
A lot less innovative
No,
than
it's not so nice.
Europe.
I think as well.
But I mean, maybe it actually illustrates the problem, because, of course, very often we're dealing with publicly funded bodies, and at the local level, they're not always very sophisticated. So they're used to doing what they've always done. They can provide a subsidy to keep the service running, but they don't actually have enough people really to address what innovation could deliver. So they can't think the big thoughts and make something happen. And that's where we at the European level have really got to try and help them along with this. Now, I mean, as I said, it's different if you're looking at the very big operators, if you're looking at RATP in Paris or Transport for London. But if you're looking at a smaller city, they can't innovate. So we have to help.
Libor.
I mean, I can only agree what has been said. Just maybe back to this, the idea of really, promoting and supporting heavily the deployment of the innovative technologies. I mean, look, we have the first challenge. It's to deploy the ERTMS, for which we need, a big chunk of money. And obviously, you will always ask, what is the business model behind it? So is there a business case for the infrastructure manager? Is there a business case for the train operating companies? And when you find that you will have it, but in a 10 to 15 years period, and then of course you need to inject the money at the first place in order to make the breakthrough. And that should be the part of the consideration, and we have, had a number of the various considerations how to do it, how really to massively invest into the ERTMS in order to make this breakthrough and making this necessary switch or transition as quickly as we can. That's now a must, and that's the basic pillar of the interoperability or the
Everything
IT
that
exactly.
we want to do, we
exactly.
have to make that injections.
I see we have Felicity back online. Felicity, can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can hear you.
I hope you've heard some of the discussion. How do you think we can help you be more innovative and get all this technology actually deployed much more rapidly on, in your case, Network Rail?
Well, for Network Rail, we've adopted an agile approach in some areas, and that's been really successful in terms of integrating technology at a fast pace. And I suppose if you compare that to Shift2Rail, the technology that we're developing has been well thought through and has been very futuristic, but it is slow. We do need to consider how we work at a fast pace. So I would be keen to consider how we adopt agile methodologies and how we incorporate innovation in an agile manner, and how we look at things like standards and technology instruction, processes, things like that can be streamlined more to ensure that we are introducing innovation at a faster rate. I mean, this year has been a fantastic example as to how quickly the rail industry can change and how we need to be able to adapt very quickly. So it is essential that we are considering things like agile methodologies to do that.
The UK has got, in a sense, the most fragmented railway in Europe, with Network Rail completely separate to all the train operators and very many different train operators. So how are you ensuring that actually you get alignment of the business interests between Network Rail and the operators?
So one of the things that the UK has been looking at is exploring putting passengers first and how we ensure that we are putting passengers at the forefront. And so Network Rail has been adapting their organisation to ensure that we are working very much closer with our operators.
I'm sorry,
and that we are delivering for our end customers.
No, you can go on. It's afterwards.
Okay. Sorry, no, continue.
So I think in terms of having a model there where we're not working through our operators, we're actually interacting closer with passengers and freight users, will ensure that we're more integrated as an industry.
Okay. I mean, one thing that's always concerned me is we do a huge amount of work on technology, but are we actually doing enough work in thinking on how much we could radically rethink what the railway service of the future looked like? I mean, this comes back to the discussions we were having on mobility as a service as well. I mean, should we still be looking to running trains which are sort of 200 plus meters long every 20 minutes, every half an hour in the future? Or could we use automation and modern signalling systems to run something much more like almost a pod system to make the service much more fluid, to allow perhaps people to go to many more different destinations? Is that too futuristic for the railway, or is that something we can actually build into our future plans?
No, certainly. I don't think we should put any barriers in place in terms of what's possible and how we look at transport. I think mobility as a service is almost a step towards that. But we do need to be considering, what does the future of transport look like? How will people's behaviours change? Again, I've mentioned this last year as an example of how people's transportation behaviours have changed. And we need to, as an industry, we need to be able to adapt to that. We're starting to develop autonomous vehicles, how can we bring that into the rail industry?
I mean, Libor, the same question back to you. I see huge possibilities to really transform what rail does, but are your members looking at that? Is it at all realistic given the very long technological cycles we see in rail? And if we can't take advantage of that, can rail really survive?
I mean, we all rely on railways, so I would not, even put such a question here at the table today. No, obviously, the interest of all the companies, and thanks, by the way, to the European regulations, all the companies have to behave as the private enterprises, is to provide and to offer the attractive services to the customers. So they know very well that to be competitive on the market, they have to invest into the future evolution, the development, and the automation. Of course, then we can discuss particular questions, how do we work in the whole system hierarchy? Because the difficulty is that with having that many actors, we still have to integrate them. So on one side, we have been disintegrating the system, but on the other hand, technology-wise, we have to integrate the system backwards in order to make it more efficient. Mm-hmm. And so we have to combine, slightly contradictory perspective into something which will be, again, more competitive, in the entire multimodal chain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we have Norbert from DB Cargo back online. I mean, Norbert, I know there's a panel on freight tomorrow morning, but in terms of automation in freight, I mean, we're developing digital automated couplers to make single wagon load, we hope, much more efficient. But what do you see the value actually of bringing automated train operation into freight? Is this something, again, which can allow you to recapture a lot more freight flows and therefore raise the modal share of rail freight as we hope?
Definitely. If I can answer this one, I think ATO or automation of rail freight has the power to be a game changer. Yeah, and there's, of course, a growth story in that because we do have a growth target. But on the other hand, it's creating more efficiency, robustness, punctuality. We're getting faster, greener, you name it. So there are a lot of benefits. Now, what we need to make sure is we have a common understanding of these automation. Because if we look at some of the suppliers, they understand an ATO module, which is just an ETCS-based autopilot, as the core of automation. But there's a lot more process automation required. Sometimes there are low-hanging fruits which we looked for too long. For instance, automated brake testing, automation in of the system. So that is where actually management. The beauty of automation takes place in the nodes of the system. Yeah, if you look at a P&G and how they store their goods, then you see a high degree of automation in the node. And I think that has to be tackled just as much as the main line.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the main line,
and this automation.
Yes.
Yes.
I think this is exactly. I think Norbert has brought inside the correct perspective. Automation is not only on the driver that when we look in Great Automation 4, automation is look at all the other subsystem. And if we look in the capabilities, exactly the logic of the capabilities to bring together all the subsystems to deliver this. Is going with localization, so satellite position for localization. Is going on the automation. We have some automation already in place in Czech Republic for years on legacy systems. We have the logic of moving block. We have the logic. So all this technology brought together, fundamentally powered by the capacity that we have today in supercomputing also, will allow us to manage in a different manner a complex system. But I go back, for me, is always the starting point is always the same. We need to have a clear business model. We need to have a clear concept of operation. We need to have a clear architecture that we share at European Union level and based on the national contribution, national idea, and to create an integrated system.
Okay. I'm going to ask for the last key takeaway for all of you for this panel. Libor.
I will do the same as the previous panel. I will take your last word. The integration of the system, so building the joint, overall architecture. Because it brings me back to what, we discussed a few seconds ago. We have to bring back, the interest of the various actors on the market, follow their business perspective, and integrate it into something which will be much more competitive. And it's a challenge to building such a new system.
It is.
It is a big challenge.
Yeah, I've understood that after those panel discussions. Kia, same question.
Well, I think there are two takeaways. I mean, on the question of integration, it's something I think everybody agrees we've got to do to work together on a system architecture. What we really need now is for everybody to come to this with an open mind and actually be prepared to perhaps throw away some of their past thinking so we can actually come to common solutions. Because if everybody says, yes, let's do it, but let's do it my way, it ain't going to work.
Yeah.
And then the other issue is data, which again, we've discussed a lot. And I mean, I think the clear takeaway is, again, in principle, everybody sees the value of doing it, but everybody is still terrified of the consequences.
Terrified,
so
yes.
I think we are going to have to do a bit of nudge at European level with legislation, carefully thought out legislation, to force some of these silos open. Because again, if we don't do that, we can see all the possibilities, but they will never happen.
Yes, that's a clear one.
But then the final thing is actually to really rethink what rail means in the future.
From the bottom, I've understood
from the bottom
you.
up, to come up with some much more radical, much more attractive ways of doing it.
Much more thinking, out-of-the-box thinking is needed to rebuild the rail sector. Thank you. Carlo?
The first one is simply that I see that the sector is converging towards an action, and I think is the most important aspect. The initiative they are taken in terms of international passenger transport, the initiative proposed by Germany on the transport Europe Express, I think, or Trans-Europe Express, something like this, I remember more the correct name, so on and so on, are clearly a sign of actions, and this is what we need, to bring it in motion to have an action in place. And the second one is that overall the rail system will benefit from better communication of what we have experienced this morning. Because we'll be seriously in trouble otherwise. Yeah. So this is something that it's a lesson for everyone, but it shows that also I think when we talk about automation, digitalization, one of the key elements we need to keep in mind is the human-machine interface. Because this is always something that sometimes we forget, and we think about automation replacing the human being and so on and so on. I think on the contrary, we need to have the correct balance in these type of things. And this morning we experienced it. We had very good speakers that were able to intervene only a small part of the discussion. And I think it's a sign of capacity to interact from this point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Kia. Thank you, Libor. I leave you to leave the stage, and then I take the last.
Can we also thank our online
Yes,
panelists?
of course.
Many thanks to them.
Yeah, I wanted to do that as well. You are really, that's right. Thank you, all the panelists online, even when it wasn't that simple. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you also, the audience, for all the questions. Perhaps I let you to leave the stage, and Carlo, we make the last key takeaways. Perhaps we can stand here. Okay, Carlo. It was heavy, it was interesting, but it was heavy. We had some difficulties, but I learned a lot, I must say.
Yes, it was extremely interesting because effectively, although we didn't have all the panelists being able to express their full views, we had a clear, interesting point from Henrik about the commitment of the European Commission in rail and European policies, and also a strong push to us to deliver as we would like at the level of ambition. We had the key contribution from Kwan expressing the impact of Shift2Rail in a resource center and the key contribution to a program like Shift2Rail. We had Henri Poupard-Lafarge explaining their role in the vision of how, which are the expectations from Shift2Rail and the future program. And we had Libor that helped us throughout the morning, bringing in the insight of the rail operating community, the infrastructure manager, the railway undertaking, and also the connection with the urban interface that we have with UITP and Umberto. I think has been really a panel in which we have brought together the sector, and I think this is our role, is really to, and once again, to move the things on.
That was very clear to me also. We have to bring all these members, all these partners together, because you can't do this alone. It's too much.
No. I think this is really the major change we want to do, and I think the progress we have achieved in the last 5 years, thank you to the sector, because this work can happen only if the sector is participating to it.
Okay, thank you very much. And to end, we have to keep up the spirit. We have to think in the future. How do you see that?
I'm always positive. It's my nature. I'm always looking at the future. I don't look at the past. And you know, one way to measure it, in my opinion, is KPIs.
KPIs,
numbers.
Yes.
And effectively, I can say that today we put online our KPIs model that shows all the work done by our IP coordinator, program managers, and the community at large. And now we are delivering at the expectation that are fixed in our regulation. I think this is a really sign, not only to speak, we can speak a lot, but there are numbers showing the progress.
That's what really is done.
Yeah.
You had a very nice story for me before.
Yes,
From
I have a
very
very
old
funny
man.
story.
I was
yes.
laughing with it. Perhaps you could repeat
because
it.
effectively, when we are talking about the future, there is a famous entrepreneur. He turned 100 a couple of weeks ago in Bologna. He started from nothing. And he was asked by journalists, which are your projects? Do you have still projects?
At 100 years old.
At 100 years old. And the guy said, absolutely I have projects. What do you think? But you know, my projects, I don't look tomorrow. I don't look in 5 years. I look at people of 2088 because I can shape their needs. I can provide today solution that will be able to answer their needs. And this is what we need to do in railway. We need to look at what we need to have or what we would like to have in the future.
Not in 5 years, but really
deliver
in the future.
Today and start to deliver today, being capable to scale up the system. And there are plenty of sectors that have done it. Clearly, when you talk about a system, when you carry people, dangerous goods, you need to be extremely careful in what you do. So it has to be proof, safe, and so on and so on. But this is really the vision that we need to keep on.
And
Thank
that's a story of a 100-year-old. That's really a great story, ladies and gentlemen. Well, thank you very much. It was really a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Carlo. It was a pleasure to have you as a co-host. Thanks also to all the panel members and moderators. I would like to ask your attention for the more than interesting webinar sessions that will continue also after lunch. As for me, it was really a pleasure to be with you this morning. Enjoy the rest of the day and the webinars with Leah, Judith, and Manuel from the Shift2Rail team. I'd love to see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp. Bye.
Thank you, Inda.